Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. Today's big topic of discussion is going to be Tropical Storm Debby, which is expected to become a hurricane as we go into tonight, and it could even become a stronger hurricane. We could actually get to Category 2 strength by tomorrow morning as this approaches the Big Bend of Florida. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today. We're going to be talking about what I'm expecting to happen with Debby, what I think will basically be happening over the next 24 hours, and even beyond tomorrow, because we are going to be seeing this storm probably for several days. If not, we could be talking about this for the next 7 days. We're actually going to begin in the southeast for the next 3 to 4 days, and then eventually this is going to make some bigger impacts to areas like New England and perhaps even the East Coast for, the foreseeable future. So it's going to be a pretty big storm over the next 7 days. So we're going to kind of break down exactly what I'm expecting to happen here over the next 7 to 10 days, and also what's happening in the short term over the next 24 hours, as we are only about 18 hours or so from landfall here in Florida, which is expected again to be a hurricane. So we're going to kind of break down what's happening right now and also go over what's happening out there across the state. Also, I do want to mention that we have about 5 or 6 storm chasers today. We have a boatload of storm chasers today. We have Brandon Kopic, we have Tyler Kurtz, Corey Gherkin, Connor Croft, Storm Runner Media. I think that's 5, and I think we have a 6th, then I'm probably forgetting somebody, but we have a ton of storm chasers today. Live camera bottom right of your screen is from Cape Weather out of Pine Island, Florida. That's actually right now, overall, that's actually water that's over the pier there, so we'll kind of full screen that here in a few minutes. And also, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega to stay ahead of the storms with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. In addition to having all of these storm chasers, we also have 3 different live cameras right on the water. Then this will be very useful for landfall coverage tomorrow. We got 3 different cameras on Radar Omega, and if you are a subscriber of the app, you can access all of these cameras. Highly recommend you check them out. They are not cheap to put out there, by the way, because these are probably going to get submerged tomorrow with how high the water is going to be. Right now, the water's not super high quite yet, but it's definitely going to get up there tonight, and we'll probably see that rising over the next few hours. All right, let's talk more about what's happening with Debby right now. So right now, this is a tropical storm. Maximum sustained winds at 2 o'clock. We're at about 65 miles per hour. So this is a stronger tropical storm than yesterday. And you may have received a notification last night that we were going to go live. I originally was going to, but overall, there was no big changes to the forecast yesterday. It's still a tropical storm. Maximum sustained winds currently at 65 miles per hour. That has actually increased, though, from yesterday. It was at about 40 miles per hour at about like 8 o'clock or so last night. Pressure has dropped quite a bit. It's down to 992 millibars. So the pressure is continuing to drop. In addition to that, it is still moving north, and it's not moving very fast, or at least it's going to continue to slow down here over the next 24 hours. This is what it looks like on reflectivity right now. Our center is actually further east now, so we might see the cone shift a bit further to the east, and we might end up seeing a landfall back up near Perry or maybe even the Jenna area here, Florida. That would be in the Big Bend. And currently there are hurricane warnings that are in effect here. That will go all the way through tomorrow morning, as we are expecting hurricane conditions in parts of the Big Bend of Florida just to the south and east of Tallahassee. Now, in addition to this, we're going to talk more about that in a second. I do want to mention that there is also a tornado watch that is in effect until 8 o'clock Eastern time. We do have 1 tornado warning right now, which we'll hop to real quick. This is just to the southeast of Sanderson. That rotation actually has already died. So right now, this storm probably going to get canceled for that tornado warning, but we did have a little bit of rotation initially that has broadened out since then just to the west of Jacksonville. We are probably going to see more tornado warnings over the next few hours with some of these outer bands. And the main area that I was watching for a tornado risk in the short term was actually just to the west of Palm Bay and southwest of Cape Canaveral. I do think this little band of storm activity here might try to start producing some level of a tornado threat, so that will be something to watch for as well. Now, we do have tropical storm warnings that are in effect from Cedar Key all the way back through southwest Florida, like Cape Coral, for example. Many areas are going to be dealing with storm surge for the next several hours. We do have offshore flow that is going to continue to bring, obviously, tropical storm force winds, in addition to the potential for upwards of even 5 to 6 feet of storm surge up and down the west coast of Florida. Let's go ahead and go to satellite imagery, which this is also something that you can get on the Radar Omega app if you are a subscriber. Let's go to satellite. Also, we do have a tornado report as of 3 hours ago. I didn't even see this. Apparently, there was a tornado on the ground for about 2 minutes near Bartow, Florida. We were thinking about going live earlier for the tornado threat, but it wasn't really enough for me to go live. Nothing really actually materialized, and a lot of the tornadoes that were at least warned for, at least the tornado warnings in general, none of them were really in populated areas. So, you know, we just kind of opted to go live later in the day because I wanted to kind of save our energy here for what's happening tonight and as well as tomorrow. All right, here's the satellite imagery right now. And looks are deceiving. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, this is obviously, a lot of people are saying this looks like a full-blown hurricane already. It actually might be now. I'm not sure. We haven't had any new data, I don't think, in the last like hour, but hurricane hunters have investigated this. It is still a high-end tropical storm, at least for now. The next National Hurricane Center update will be in about 20 minutes, and so we'll obviously be live for that update. But right now, there is a lot of convective towers still blowing up around the eye, and this is still indicating some intensification. We have a lot of thunderstorms offshore. We obviously have storms going inland as well, but this is where we're watching for development. The one thing that I want to point out here that is really crucial to its development stages is that right now we still have a lot of dry air here on the south and west side of where this eye is. That is really holding this back from rapidly intensifying. So unless that's able to be overcome tonight, I do not see rapid intensification happening unless it's really within about 4 hours of landfall tomorrow. So overall, I still think this will be a hurricane. I just don't think it's going to really rapidly intensify unless this dry air is overcome, which so far it has not. There's still a lot of dry air on the south and west side of our tropical storm Debby. In addition to that, we do have, let me just show you this as well. We do have low-level clouds that are spinning around the center. That'll give you an idea that we do have, again, just an organized low-level center to this. And then in the middle, more of the mid-level stuff is just kind of staying still. So that's what we're looking at right now on the satellites. Let me go to infrared next. I think we're going to go ahead and go to here. That's not the right tab. I don't know which tab it is. We might be chalked. Which tab is it? It's this one. Okay. All right. Let's go to here. This is going to be the infrared imagery. This will give you a better idea of the convective towers that are blowing up. Am I going to leave tomorrow? I am staying in Florida. I'm good to go. If we lose power, we lose power. I don't know what to tell you, but I should be fine. All right, here we go. All right, here's the infrared imagery right now across Florida. Again, the red is indicating cold cloud tops aloft. In the last 30 minutes, we have seen some pretty large thunderstorms blowing up just west of Tampa. That is right near the eye. We've also had some storms blowing up back over near the Big Bend. These are mostly just gusty winds right now, but that's something else to also watch for. As that continues to move to the north, that'll produce at least an isolated tornado threat across the Big Bend near maybe Tallahassee, but I think it'll pretty much stay low until we have another outer band in that area. Still got some bigger storms as well across a large chunk of central and southern Florida. Again, a lot of storms blowing up right now near the Keys. These are going to produce heavy rain, high winds, in addition to the potential for an isolated tornado threat. Now, this is the latest National Hurricane Center cone, and there have been some changes to this over the last 24 to 48 hours. As of now, this is the 2 p.m. advisory. We'll have the 5 p.m. advisory within the next 20 minutes. For now, it is forecasted to make landfall as a strong Category 1 hurricane back over in the Big Bend of Florida tomorrow morning. Probably just after sunrise is when this will be making landfall. Some models are hinting that this might make landfall after lunch or around lunchtime. Hopefully that's the case, so I don't have to get up at like 6 a.m. tomorrow. But currently, the landfall is expected to be just after sunrise tomorrow morning. Again, as a Category 1 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour is currently the forecast. Wouldn't be surprised if they bump that up 5 or 10 miles per hour to maybe even up to a Cat 2 upon landfall. It just depends on the evolution of what happens tonight. The wind field is reaching Tampa, so those tropical storm force winds are being felt over in the Tampa Bay area. After it makes landfall, it's going to slow down a lot. And I mean, it could literally stall over the southeastern United States near South Carolina and Georgia, and this could legitimately be a catastrophic event that happens in the southeast. And it's not being talked about enough, I think, but the flooding risk is literally the worst part about this entire tropical storm slash hurricane. It will probably be the worst part of this entire thing because we are going to be talking about upwards of 20 to 30 inches of rain in a lot of areas if this does stall over Georgia or South Carolina. You can see when it makes landfall Monday morning, and when it gets up to South Carolina by Thursday morning. This is almost a 4-day window where it will literally barely move. So the amount of rain that's going to dump, in addition to the southerly flow that we're going to get when this, low pressure center or tropical storm is centered just to the south or around South Carolina, that's going to pull more moisture out of the Atlantic Ocean, and it could literally create a catastrophe in southern South Carolina or eastern Georgia. And I'm not saying that to scare anybody. I'm just saying that's literally the facts here. If this does stall, we are talking about a historic flooding event that's going to happen as we go throughout the week. One thing that's also going to be pretty big is going to be the storm surge. This is the latest forecast as well from the National Hurricane Center. Up to 10 feet of storm surge will be possible from, I don't really know how you pronounce that, Coney River, if you know what that is, back through Suwannee River, will be where we see up to 10 feet of storm surge tonight. A lot of people were asking me, is this normal for a Cat 1 hurricane? It is normal for this part of Florida. This part of Florida is much more prone to storm surge that is significant. Suwannee River and then back through Yankeetown up to 8 feet of storm surge, and then Tampa Bay right now up to 5 feet of storm surge will be possible over the next few hours. Obviously, when high tide happens, that'll be the worst of this event. Mexico Beach back over near Panama City, that area will be up to 2 feet of storm surge. Pretty, insignificant overall, but it will be something to watch for if you are right near the coastline. And overall, it's going to be an onshore flow, meaning that we shouldn't see a whole lot of storm surge up in those areas. This is the latest forecast from the Weather Prediction Center / National Hurricane Center. This is kind of just a combination of both. This is the latest forecast, though, and actually, this is a bit of a downgrade to what we had before. So before, we actually had a pink area outlined, which would represent the potential for 20 to 30 inches of rain across parts of southern South Carolina. The latest forecast has downgraded it to only up to 16 to 20 inches of rain, which, to be honest with you, it's still very significant, and it will definitely still be catastrophic if that does happen, especially to areas that are near the coastline. That'll be mainly from Charleston back through Savannah. In addition to that, we do have that red area. That means we could even see a foot of rainfall anywhere from about North Carolina back through the Tallahassee area or just east of Tallahassee. Anytime between now all the way up until Friday of this week. That goes through 8 o'clock Eastern time on Friday. So significant rainfall is currently in the forecast. Now, this is actually new to me. This is new information. A lot of the computer models continue to change. We don't know what's going to happen really after it makes landfall. And this is one of the toughest parts of the forecast, is exactly where is Tropical Storm Debby going to go. We don't know, really. We don't know if it's going to go to the northeast towards New England, which in my opinion could be a worst case scenario, or it just goes inland like a few of these models are showing and it just crashes into like northwest Georgia. This, in my opinion, would be a little bit better of a scenario because we wouldn't see this intensify again over the Atlantic Ocean waters. If this goes back into the Atlantic Ocean like a lot of the models are still showing, that means we could see this intensify a little bit. What I mean by that is that this could go from a low-end tropical storm after it weakens inland tomorrow to perhaps some sort of maybe stronger tropical storm and then make a second landfall, because a lot of models that do bring it here into the Atlantic, they do keep it there for about a day or two, and if that does happen, this could intensify again. That wouldn't be good because we could see more significant storm surge in like North Carolina or even northern South Carolina, for example. Now, if that does happen, it is more likely than not to get picked up by the jet stream as we go later into the week. By the weekend, this should be up near New England. But if it does not get picked up by the jet stream, this could literally turn back to the west and go inland. There are a couple of wild scenarios that bring this back into the Gulf of Mexico. In my opinion, if that happens, I don't see this re-intensifying that much. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's a fantasy sort of scenario at this point. I was talking to Connor Croft about that earlier. I literally think it's a fantasy scenario, it going back into the Gulf. If that happens, I don't know what to tell you. That would be just, bonkers. I don't see it logistically happening with the current setup in the upper levels. Here's what we're looking at in terms of intensity. So again, this is the latest from several models. Most models still only bring this to a high-end tropical storm or low-end Cat 1 hurricane. I don't really agree with that. I still think this gets to a higher-end Category 1 hurricane. The models with Barrel 2 kind of showed something similar to this, where it was only like a very low-end Cat 1 or a high-end tropical storm. So, take that with a grain of salt with at least these models in nature. All right, let's go ahead and go through the timing. I'm going to first have to refresh some of these graphics because I haven't opened them in a while. Where's the video on the bottom right? It is Pine Island. It is currently, for whatever, the clouds are blocking out the name. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. We are going to have our Mesovort project from Radar Omega down there probably for tomorrow. For now, that's just the camera there. Let me maybe change the text of this. All right, there we go. Should be better. All right, this is what we're looking at for the tornado threat. So over the next really several hours, we're going to continue to see an isolated tornado threat. I think tomorrow morning, the tornado threat could go kind of crazy in central Florida and East Florida. Anywhere just north of Port St. Lucie all the way back through like Daytona Beach is probably going to be the prime tornado threat for tomorrow morning. And then as we go into the afternoon, that tornado threat will move across northern Florida, southeast Georgia, and as well as South Carolina. Now, here's the timing for tonight in terms of what we're going to see. So we'll continue to see outer bands across central Florida tonight. These will continue to bring higher winds. They will also continue to bring the potential for storm surge, or not the storms will not bring storm surge. These will continue to bring flooding rainfall in addition to the potential for maybe a couple of tornadoes. Overnight tonight to tomorrow morning, we'll continue to see those outer bands kind of move inland. These could still produce the potential for a few tornadoes tomorrow. I would fully expect a tornado watch sometime between like 6 and 10 a.m. tomorrow. Once we go past 10 a.m., landfall is probably going to be sometime around 10 a.m. or right around lunchtime back over in the Big Bend of Florida. That's at least what the HRRR model is thinking. And then after that, it doesn't move very fast, but it moves up to the northeast very slowly into Georgia. Florida should be done for the most part by Tuesday, aside from a few more pop-up showers and storms. Here's what we're looking at in terms of wind, which I think is kind of interesting. So for tonight, back over in the Tampa Bay area, we can expect anywhere from 40 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. And then after that, we are probably going to start to see the wind gusts really start to really ramp up and peak back over in parts of the Big Bend of Florida. We could see wind gusts as high as 80 to 95 miles per hour when it makes landfall. Wouldn't even rule out some spots near 100 miles per hour. Now, the good news is that this is making landfall in a relatively rural area. There aren't as many people up there as like Tampa, for example. So that's somewhat good news when it comes to this. This is a similar track to Adalia. If you remember Adalia from last year, it's basically the same track as what we're looking at with Debby. Now, granted, Debby does not have as much time as Adalia did, but they are taking similar paths right into the Big Bend of Florida. And then as we go throughout the morning, winds will still be pretty high there in northern parts of Florida. And even throughout Tuesday, we'll probably still have some tropical storm force winds across even northeast Florida, still kind of lingering in those areas. The latest HRRR model run in terms of total rainfall between now all the way through about Tuesday morning, still indicating significant rainfall. We could again see upwards of a foot of rain across a large chunk of North Florida. The bare minimum, we are talking about a range of 4 to 8 inches of rain. Back over near Tampa Bay, probably going to have somewhere between about 6 to 12 inches as well. Wouldn't rule out an isolated foot of rain. I think this is a little bit of an overestimate, but that's what we're looking at in general for that. Now, here's a couple of scenarios that could happen long term. This is the European model. Bring it inland tomorrow. Eventually, as we go into Wednesday into Thursday, this moves up the east coast of the United States near South Carolina. Notice how it just stalls, though. This is literally Tuesday afternoon. This is Thursday afternoon. This does not move much, and that's the big concern right now. We could see a catastrophic flooding threat evolve between Georgia and North Carolina, depending on when it stalls and where it stalls. That is going to be a big question mark, but we still think the worst of the impacts will be in southern South Carolina and as well as eastern Georgia. After that, the European model does bring this up to the north, eventually towards New England. Again, we're not going to get into too many specific details about like New England, for example, because we are just so many days out from that even happening. And again, this could take a U-turn back to the west. It's possible. So I'm not really going to go too far beyond really what's expected over the next like 3 to 4 days. Total rainfall from the European model still bring a lot of rain to the east coast of the United States. Has some pockets of 18 inches of rain back over in parts of South Carolina. The GFS model, for comparison, is showing a little bit more of a robust area for, high rainfall totals, but not nearly as much. Many areas of around a foot to maybe even a foot of half of rain across parts of South Carolina, Georgia, and as well as northern Florida. For what it is worth, the latest GFS model run, which will bring you through here for the next few days here. This is Wednesday into Thursday. It just kind of sits offshore there just south of Savannah, Georgia, and eventually makes landfall and goes back west. And then after that, it just kind of sits here in the southeast through the weekend, which this is another possible scenario. So a lot of things to be watching for. And then after that, the GFS model also shows by Sunday that we could see something here, maybe another tropical storm or something like that. But this right here is just way too uncertain. We have to see what happens first with Debby, because I think Debby will have a big part into what happens beyond today. Let me check and see. Have the models, the HWRF model, which is a hurricane model, has not fully updated yet. They don't have the 18Z run yet. This is the 12Z for comparison from what we were just looking at. It does have it making landfall in the Big Bend right around 8 in the morning tomorrow as a 982 millibar system, which would basically mean a strong tropical storm. But again, we don't have any new model data yet. Hopefully we get some new model data here soon. Let me check real quick and see. Let me see. See if we have any new data. I don't think we do though yet. Yeah, we don't have any new data. This is really the newest data. This is the 18Z model runs. What that basically means is that these computer model runs came in at about 2 o'clock today. So just notice again, the computer model's still kind of all over the place after really, you know, at least Tuesday. After Tuesday, things become very unknown, but at least for the general gist of things, almost every model has this making landfall in the Big Bend. Currently, the projected area is going to be just south of Tallahassee. I still am not ruling out a landfall, though, a bit further down to the southeast of Tallahassee. Like, I do think that we could see a little easterly jog as this moves off to the north. But relative to what's going to happen, it doesn't make much of a difference long term. You know, it's going to be basically similar impacts for everybody. So, yeah, that's the forecast. I'll be answering questions. We're going to be live here for the next several hours. We have, again, tons of storm chasers out there. Let me go ahead and pull up a few of them real quick. I don't know if we have our other scene here ready. So we got Corey Gherkin, bottom left of your screen. Got the Pine Island, Florida camera there from Cape Weather. If you want to check out the cameras, they are linked in the description. And we also have Storm Chasers. Connor Croft is not live, though, yet. El Sigma. This is what Brandon Kopic is at right now. I think Brandon Kopic, he's in Cedar Key, Florida right now. You can also see him on the Radar Omega app and also on YouTube. I definitely recommend you downloading the Radar Omega app if you are in Florida tonight and for tomorrow. It'll keep you ahead of the storms. Plenty of live shots. They got multiple live cameras up and down parts of the Big Bend of Florida that you can get as a subscriber of the app. And they also have Storm Chasers like Brandon Kopic. We also got Storm Runner Media, who's going to be live in a couple hours. This is Corey Gherkin, which I think has lost signal. And then this is the Pine Island. This is the Pine Island camera, or it should be. Maybe not. Okay, that is not updated. Never mind. So the Pine Island camera is going to be the bottom right of your screen for now. All right, let me get to chat here. Thank you, 22 for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Milena, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Weil, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Hellcat, for becoming a 1-month Maximum Velocity member. Shout out to Stormrunner Media for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And thank you, John, for becoming a member last night. Appreciate that. L. Connor Croft. I gotta say, L. Connor Croft. Dude, me, Connor, and Freddie were on the phone for like an hour and a half earlier talking about this. Like, a lot of other stuff, but also this. A lot of uncertainty really beyond today. I gotta say, like, we really don't know what's gonna happen with this. You know, we're gonna be talking about it all week pretty much. You know, this is probably the first tropical system that I've ever covered that we literally might have a live stream every day for like the next 7 days. We kind of did that with Barrel, but this one for the United States would basically set a record on the channel for the most consecutive days live for a given event. It's very possible, and I don't know how excited I am about that because I like talking about severe weather. I do like talking about tropical storms, obviously, but you know, I don't know how we're going to talk about this for the next 7 days. A lot of it's going to be about, you know, flooding. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Oh, donate to hear that conversation. Oh, you didn't want to hear that conversation. That was like a hour phone call, a lot of crazy stuff. It was pretty funny though. By the way, I do want to mention this. This is not related, but we do have a tornado risk tomorrow. In the Midwest, there's a 5%. I don't know why there's a 5%. I kind of looked at the models. It's pretty conditional, I would say. But we could get a couple of tornadoes up in the Midwest tomorrow. Like, usually, we would cover that. But probably not going to cover it much tomorrow, depending on how long we're live and when we're live. Depends on when we get up tomorrow, because I could be up as early as 6 to 7. We also could be up around 10 or 11, and that would make it more feasible to be live for that. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I will talk a little bit about that probably tonight, because I will not have a video tomorrow morning. We're just going to jump right into landfall coverage whenever we get up tomorrow. I mean, the latest models really show a pretty conditional tornado threat, though, up there. So, all right, we do have a new National Hurricane Center update coming out, I think, right now. So we're going to check out whatever that's all about. I wouldn't be too concerned if you're in Chicago. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center about Tropical Storm Debby. It is not upgraded yet. Expected to become a hurricane tonight, and it will make landfall in the Florida Big Bend area on Monday. Will bring a major flood threat to the southeastern United States. This is a Radar Omega graphic on their Twitter page, by the way. Just want to show you this for tomorrow. There is a high risk for excessive rainfall. You do not see that very often. There's a high risk of excessive rainfall from the Big Bend of Florida back into southeast Georgia, and even the moderate risk is something that you want to take seriously. Really, any of these risks you should be taking seriously. Moderate risk from Tampa all the way back through areas near Jacksonville, and then there's also one into South Carolina. So that's something that you do not see very often. All right, let's talk more about this update from the National Hurricane Center. Also, thank you, thank you, Richard, for the $10 Venmo. You're gonna need some Culvers tonight. I don't think we're getting Culvers tonight. I have not had cheese curds in over a week. We have a cheese curd crisis happening here on the channel. All right, let me check out the update here from the National Hurricane Center. All right, this is the latest. Let me change over to infrared real quick. Yeah, it's a large high risk for flash flooding. I mean, you don't see that very often. You do not see that very often. At least I don't usually see that very often. What is the, let me take off this. Let's do this one. I think this one works. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go over the update in a second. Just trying to make sure this works. Huh. I guess we'll stay on that for now. All right, this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center on Debby. And let me pull up another graphic. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm not prepared for this. I gotta compare and contrast the cones and stuff. All right, cool. I got pulled up. All right. Debby's cloud pattern continues to show increasing organization on the satellite images, although there is a limited deep convection over the southwest quadrant of the circulation, which, by the way, this is what they're talking about right here. There is a lot of dry air down here, which is kind of, it's kind of preventing at least this developing, rapidly right now. And the cone has shifted. All right. Well, we're going to talk more about this update in a second. The cone has shifted. We now have a east shift, which is not surprising, to be honest. So the line that they have for the highest, confidence of landfall has actually shifted over here closer to Perry. That's what we're going to see here in a second. The cone has shifted, though, further to the east. I'm curious to see what they do over here, too. But, yeah, that's an update. So the eye is a little bit further east than initially it was, 6 hours ago or whatnot, or even 3 hours ago. So that's the latest update there. Let me just zoom out. All right. Upper level anticyclonic overflow pattern is well defined. The latest Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft observations indicated that the central pressure has not changed, which it did drop pretty significantly this morning. It went from 1,002 millibars to 992, or 990, I think it was 92. I think maybe 1,001 to 992. It was a big drop, though. It was like 9 millibars or something this morning. It was like in a 3-hour period. Hasn't actually dropped anymore, though, over the last little while here, which is probably a good thing, honestly. But it continues to support that the intensity is near 55 knots, which is about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Also, the WSR-88D radar imagery shows that an eye wall may be trying to close off, and another Hurricane Hunter aircraft will be investigating Debby in a few hours to assess the strength of the cyclone, which is very important, by the way. I do want to point out that if we do see the eye wall close, this could rapidly intensify. It's still, I think, a long shot, especially since it only has 18 hours or less till landfall. It is something to monitor, because we could see this intensify quickly, and it could go to a Cat 2 tomorrow upon landfall. Regardless of the intensity, it's really not going to be much of a difference between it being a middle ground or high ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Brother, you didn't have to interrupt me. That's for DeSoto, Manatee, Sarasota, and Charlotte counties in Florida, this new tornado warning. We'll see it pop up in a second. But the difference between a middle to higher end, Cat 1 versus a low end Cat 2, the difference is very, very minimal, in my opinion. It's basically just a wind speed difference. All right, let's go to this tornado warning first, and then we'll go back to the update.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I have a new tornado warning as well for Collier County, Florida. That is going to be back over near Marco Island. So Marco Island, that's not far from where Ian made landfall a couple years back. If you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We also have a tornado warning near Port Charlotte. This is near Northport. This is south of Tampa. We have that circulation right there, which is on the west side of Port Charlotte. And then there's another one near Northport, but it's not nearly as strong. No CC drops, so nothing confirmed as of right now. But if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this does continue to move to the north. All right, so that's the latest here on 2 different new tornado warnings. Pretty populated area, by the way. This isn't a small area. So that's going to be just east of Port, or Northport, and also just to the west of Port Charlotte. I think the population of this warning is probably at least
a new tornado
100,000.
warning
Wow.
has been issued.
All right, we have now 3 tornado warnings. We got a new one now near Port Charlotte. These are all just outer bands coming on shore right now. We got another one now. This will be on track for Arcadia eventually. Arcadia has been under multiple warnings already today. But again, near the Punta Gorda area and Port Charlotte, currently in the track of this, so seek shelter if you are in this warning. Again, that's currently moving to the north-northeast. That'll be traveling along Route 17. All right, those are 3 tornado warnings now, and we were in the middle of updating you on this. All right, we'll keep a close eye on it. I don't see anything on the ground right now, so let me just real quickly go over the other stuff here about Debby. All right, so the cyclone right now is moving north at about 10 knots, which is about 11 to 12 miles per hour. Debby should continue to move through a break in the subtropical ridge, which is more about what's going to happen later on. So we'll just kind of skip that for now. Debby will continue to move over waters of high heat content and remain in an environment of low vertical wind shear into Monday morning. Some dry air intrusion over the southwestern portion of the circulation may have temporarily interrupted the intensification process. However, given the favorable oceanic and shear conditions, significant strengthening is expected to occur before landfall. They did mention here as well, rapid intensification is especially likely if Debby acquires a well-defined inner core. So the official intensity forecast is at the high end of the model guidance. Although weakening will occur after landfall, the long-term strength of the system is largely dependent on how long it remains over land, which is going to matter more for when this goes up closer to the Carolinas. So that is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Let's go over some of the details too here. They have changed a couple of things about this outlook. I'm going to kind of show you side-by-side comparison here of what to expect and the cone. So this is the 2 p.m. cone, all right? I'm just showing you a side-by-side comparison because this usually gives you a pretty good indication of what the change is. This is the 5 p.m. So 2 versus 5 p.m. Actually, a pretty notable change. So they think it's even going to be slower. They've slowed this down even further. When it gets closer to the Carolinas, they've actually slowed this down even more, which is pretty big because that could lead to even more flooding rains. You know, that's kind of been the flooding concern here. Is going to be really significant. But upon landfall, which currently they don't have an icon over where it's going to make landfall. It'll probably make landfall before lunchtime tomorrow. Currently, the maximum wind forecast that they have is dropped to 85 miles per hour. It was originally 90 miles per hour. I wouldn't get too caught up in that, though, because this could still go to a Category 2 strength. They just don't have a marker here over water before landfall. This right here is 85 miles per hour, meaning that this could definitely get to 95 to 100 miles per hour right up near the Big Bend if it goes all the way up into that area. If it makes landfall a bit earlier, maybe back over like south of Perry or southeast of Perry, maybe closer to like, you know, just northwest of Cedar Key, we could see this actually be, you know, a little bit weaker and it could make landfall a bit earlier. But overall, still going to be a hurricane, it looks like, upon landfall no matter what. Nothing's changed with its intensity right now. It has slowed down by 1 mile per hour. It was at 13 miles per hour of speed moving north-northwest. It's now moving north and it's not moving as fast. It's only moving at 12 miles per hour. That will continue to drop, by the way, as we go into tomorrow. So those are some of the big updates here on Tropical Storm Debby. A few other notes is that potentially historic heavy rainfall across southeast Georgia and South Carolina through Friday morning will continue to be likely, or will likely result in areas of catastrophic flooding. Heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impacts from the Florida Big Bend region through southeast Georgia, and also through the Carolinas on Friday. Also, there's a danger of life-threatening storm surge along portions of the Gulf Coast of Florida, with 6 to 10 feet of storm surge above ground expected somewhere between the Ocklawahanna River, which is going to be back up south of Tallahassee. Again, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think that's how you pronounce it, though. Somewhere around here. Back through areas in the Suwannee River on Monday. Residents in the storm surge warning area should follow any advice given by local officials. So take evacuation seriously. I know this is only going to be a Category 1 hurricane upon landfall, and I say only because a lot of you live in Florida, and a lot of you that live in Florida probably think, oh, this is going to be, just another, tropical storm or whatever you might think. But if you're right along the coastline, we are expecting significant storm surge tonight. We are expecting upwards of 10 feet of storm surge and potentially some significant flooding tomorrow. The worst of the flooding, again, will be in the Carolinas and Georgia, but that doesn't mean you're not going to see flooding, and it doesn't mean it's not going to be somewhat significant. So make sure that you are taking those evacuation orders seriously if you have been given any. Hurricane conditions are expected Monday along portions of the Florida Big Bend region, where a hurricane warning is in effect, with tropical storm conditions beginning this evening. Tropical storm conditions are expected through Monday, farther south within the tropical storm warning area along the Florida's west coast, including the Tampa Bay area. And the last thing is on this National Hurricane Center update is that dangerous storm surge and wind impacts are expected along portions of the southeast United States coastline through the middle of the week, and then storm surge warnings and tropical storm watches warnings have been issued for portions of these areas. So again, we still have hurricane warnings in effect anywhere in this red box here. That does not include Tallahassee right now, but does go from Apalachicola back north of Cedar Key. Live Oak, and even up into Valdosta in Georgia are all included in this hurricane warning. As a reminder, this is extremely similar to what we saw with Idalia. So it's a very similar sort of outline when it comes to watches and warnings and impacts. The only difference is that Idalia was a bit stronger and will likely still stay as the stronger of the two hurricanes upon landfall. This is not expected to be as strong as Idalia, but it will not be far from it. It's still going to produce pretty much the same or similar impacts. So that'll be all stuff to watch for. All right, we do have, I believe Connor Croft is now live. Again, we got multiple storm chasers. We got Corey Gherkin, bottom right of your screen, right along the bay. That is going to be back up in... Good question. Cedar Key. So he's in Cedar Key, Florida. That's Corey Gherkin, bottom right. We'll full screen him here soon. Connor Croft is out there, and then Storm Intermediate will be out there soon. So they're all driving right now. But Connor is currently getting closer to the coast. Do want to remind you as well, we do have a lot of live cameras. We got 5 or 6 storm chasers for today and tomorrow. There are a lot of storm chasers in Florida. We also have these live cameras that are going to be right along the beach where the worst of the storm surge is going to be. These are the Project Mesovorts on the Radar Omega app, and if you are a subscriber on the app, you can access these cameras. This one is back up in Keaton Beach, Florida. It might not look like much right now. Well, there's a reason why. This isn't even that close here to Keaton Beach yet, but we are eventually going to see this water really surge inland as we go into tonight and as well as into tomorrow morning. So it should get pretty interesting here across the Florida coast, back up near Keaton Beach, and also back further to the south in the Steinhatchee, Florida area. I think that's how you pronounce it. They actually have an interactive camera here. It's pretty cool. You can actually go around here. It's like a 180 camera that they have on the app as well. So again, we'll have a view of this as well on the Radar Omega app. So if you're a subscriber, you can access this camera, the other one, and as well as the third camera back over near I think Horseshoe Beach. Yeah, all right, so Horseshoe Beach is the other area that we have a camera in as well, on the Radar Omega app, and this one is also right along the water. This will probably be the first area that we actually see legitimate storm surge and also water coming ashore here. So this one looks like now. It will not look like this by tomorrow morning with the storm surge that we're going to be seeing. It could go upwards of 10 feet of storm surge, so definitely going to be pretty significant overall in nature. Now if we go over to, I don't know which number it is. All right, it's this one. Corey Gherkin. I need to fix his feed. Give me 1 second. I think I broke it. Give me 1 second here. It is frozen right now. Your screen's not frozen. It's just I have to refresh this. I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, so there's Corey Gherkin. He's in Cedar Key right now. See, Corey Gherkin's also on the Radar Omega app, and he's also on YouTube. You can check him out with the app, with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. All right, let me get to chat here again. Also, thank you, huge shout out to Brian with the $50 Venmo. He says you're the GOAT. Appreciate that. Thank you, Brian, for the $50 Venmo. Put some hearts in the chat for Brian. I will be answering questions, by the way, you know, anything like that, so feel free to put some questions in the chat. Obviously, today's stream, we are going to be doing some coverage because, you know, there is stuff actually happening right now. But, we will be answering questions and such as well. As a reminder, we do have 3 tornado warnings right now. Actually, we're down to 2. The one down here, I think it was near Cape Coral, or just, it was back down near Marco Island. That one has been canceled, I believe. So the only 2 tornado warnings that we have are the ones that are near Port Charlotte and just east of Northport. So if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings, continue to stay in your safe place. I'm not really seeing much rotation near Port Charlotte, but we are in a bit of a radar hole. Actually, might be that right there. So just south of Port Charlotte. Yeah, that's it right there. So it's going to be moving onshore here in a second. So stay in your safe place if you are in Port Charlotte right now. And we also have some broader circulation in a couple areas back over east of the Northport area. This is really going to be the main tornado risk for the next few hours. Will be out of this area of storms that are currently moving ashore. And then also back on the east coast of Florida, we very easily could see a tornado threat evolve here as well, up and down the east coast of Florida with some of these outer bands. I don't think Palm Bay is going to get much. I don't think Port St. Lucie is going to get much. I don't even think Miami is going to get anything. I think if we get a tornado threat tonight, it'll probably be back up here near Orlando, back near Daytona Beach, and just south of Palm Coast. It's a low threat. Again, for those that are new to tropical storms or hurricanes, tornadoes are not, you know, massive wedges usually when it comes to hurricanes or tropical storms. They are usually quick moving EF0 to EF2 tornadoes. That's usually what happens. Not all the time, but usually these tornadoes are quick, brief, and, you know, they have EF0 to EF2 intensity. So, you know, if you're new to it, this is not like the Great Plains. All right, I mean, you could potentially compare it to the Great Plains, but I just don't think it's comparable. It's just not. So, there you go. North Star for the $2 super chat. It's Steen Ahachi. Thank you. Okay, let me let's go back to Corey here for a moment. Corey Gherkin again in Cedar Key, Florida right now. If you guys do have any reports, photos, videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Highly recommend you at least follow me on there as well. We'll be posting updates on our Twitter page throughout the afternoon, evening, and as well as tomorrow. And we are planning on being live both today and tomorrow for Debby coverage. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. We might be live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to talk about flooding rains for 8+ hours straight. But we will kind of just see what happens, really. If coverage is basically needed, we'll be live. But we'll kind of see what happens on Tuesday and afterwards. It depends on how intense Debby is, too. Thank you, Lane, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Jacob with the $2 super chat says, 2015, Joe Quinn dumped 25 inches in South Carolina. Catastrophic. It could be a repeat of that. Like, I'm not saying this is going to be a Harvey 2.0. I honestly don't think this is going to be as bad as Harvey, but it could be pretty comparable, because we are going to be talking about a pretty high likelihood, at least, of there being upwards of, you know, 20 to 30 inches of rain in some spots. Like, this could be pretty significant. So, something to watch for back up in South Carolina and Georgia. I think the worst of the impacts will be right in this area here. So you definitely have to be ready if you're anywhere in East Georgia and South Carolina, and take evacuation orders seriously. If you live in an island and you have like a closure period where you can't go on or off the island, you might want to consider evacuating, because you might not be safe there with how much rain could fall there as we go into the, you know, the work week. Hey, Cyclonic for the $2 super chat. I did not. I didn't even know North Carolina had tornadoes yesterday, unless I'm not sure. I didn't see anything though. I haven't seen any reports on that. By the way, I want to throw this out for those that are common viewers of the channel. You might notice something different about today's stream. I don't have Diet Coke. We are now 4 days into this Diet Coke diet where I'm not drinking any soda. So just want to throw that out there. It's a pretty crazy accomplishment after having over 5 months in a row of literally purely relying on Diet Coke to be able to have caffeine and staying alive. I actually feel great. And I've had no Diet Coke over the last 4 days, and we are going to try to keep that a streak all throughout August and hopefully throughout the rest of 2024. So we'll kind of see what happens. But yeah, pretty crazy. I am drinking tea, but that's not like really unhealthy. It's raspberry tea. So, and Circle. So pretty cool stuff. Huge shout out to Connor Croft. Honestly, if Connor didn't say anything when he was here at, you know, a week or two ago at Disney, I probably would not be off of it. Like, I literally didn't even think about going off of Diet Coke, and I was like, maybe I should just stop drinking it. So Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Completely unrelated to weather, but definitely kind of a crazy accomplishment. Not easy. I haven't had soda in 11 years, and now I'm 28. That's pretty good. Connor Croft had no soda up until for a year or something like that, until he was here at Disney. You know, we were on like a week vacation or whatever, and he had soda when I was drinking Diet Coke one morning. He basically ended his streak of having no soda for over a year or something. Hey, Madeline, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I've tried quitting soda multiple times. It honestly, so far, has not been as hard as I thought it would be. Like, I thought it would be really difficult. And honestly, I just said, you know, I'm not going to drink any soda. That literally happened 4 days ago on August 1st. And I had no issues. I had like a small headache the first day, and then after that, I was good. So, big W's. This is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. These are all the points that we just talked about, like 7 or 8 minutes ago. So all this stuff is stuff that we literally just talked about. But I just want to show you guys the detailed points. If you want to pause the stream and read it, feel free. If you're just tuning in and didn't already, you weren't already here for when I was talking about this, definitely recommend giving this a read. Maybe taking a screenshot. Do whatever you got to do. We already talked about all of this, though. But some updates. Again, if you have any questions about anything, put them in the chat. I'll try to answer some of them throughout the live stream today. Our plan is that we'll probably be live until 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock. I'm not sure when we'll end, but we'll probably end around like 8 or 9, because if this might become a hurricane as early as 8 o'clock tonight, so I at least want to be live until then. After that, we're going to try to sleep for like 6-8 hours, hopefully, and then get up for coverage tomorrow. That's the hope. I don't know if it'll work out, but who knows. I know for a fact Barrel was the hardest thing to plan ever. Like, I didn't want it, like, it was like a 4 a.m. landfall. This one is probably going to make landfall around, like, 10 or 12. But, the last system, Barrel making landfall at, like, 4 a.m. messed up everything. Because I had to do tornado coverage the next day. Ran off of, like, 4 hours of sleep or something like that for that coverage. And I only ran off, like, 6 hours the night before. So, yeah, hopefully this one's a little bit better and a little bit clearer. It's become a little bit more clear, I think, that it's going to make landfall sometime tomorrow, just after sunrise. Looks like it's gonna make landfall around 8 a.m. according to the HWRF model. The HRRR model is showing landfall closer to like 10 to 12, which honestly I'd much rather have, so we're awake fully. It's very possible that something like that happens. The eye wall will be impacting these areas probably as early as 4, so we're gonna have impacts being felt on the immediate coastline as early as 4 in the morning. Thank you, Florence, for the 1 gifted member. Thank you, Tamara, for becoming a moderate velocity member. You killed it with the barrel coverage, honestly. Yeah, it was a grind, though, I gotta say. It was not easy. That barrel coverage was the hardest coverage I've ever had. Mainly because of just the timing of everything. Like, I was so sleep-deprived before and after barrel. And I tried to take naps and stuff, it just didn't work. Like, I just didn't have the right schedule. I went to bed last night 4 hours earlier than I usually do at like 12, so I'm trying to prepare to go, get up earlier tomorrow. It's like a preparation sort of thing. I'm not sure if it'll work out, but we're trying it out to see if it, works out tomorrow. Have I tried sparkling water? No. I got wine, we're good. Get the beers out. Get the American flag, get the truck. Hold it up for the hurricane. That'd be hashtag Florida move. Still no debris signature right now in either of these tornado warnings near Port Charlotte. We are still watching these closely, but nothing's really transpired out of this yet. By the way, bottom right of your screen, that's from Cape Weather. There is a link to their webcams in the description. That's in Pine Island, Florida. And I just want to kind of show you that back over in Pine Island, Florida, they already have some pretty significant flooding, ashore. You can see how the pier there is completely flooded over. Palm trees also flooded over. It was worse a little earlier, but I'm going to try to full screen it for you so you guys don't have to, like, squint. Let me find this real quick. Thank you, Jelly, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you to Dustin for the $4.99. San Blas. I don't know where that is. Port St. Joe? Yeah, you should be fine. I mean, up to 2 feet of storm surge will be possible there, so that's something to watch for. I'm trying to find this camera here. I'm gonna full screen it. We are gonna put Corey Gherkin back up for now. Let me go ahead and full screen this though for you. This is what it looks like in Pine Island, Florida. Again, courtesy to Cape Weather. This is what it looks like on the pier right now. You'll see it better in a second once the warning thing goes off. So that's what it looks like right now. Again, pier pretty much all flooded over. It's already been pretty significant down in Pine Island. If you go back like an hour or two, you'll probably see it, I think, a little bit worse. Yeah, like early, this is like, you know, an hour or two ago, almost 2 hours ago. It was definitely worse earlier. The water's definitely coming down a little bit, but definitely significant. I actually see the waves coming ashore right here, too. But these areas are prone to flooding, especially right on the beach. But this will definitely cause some pretty significant issues. Some erosion, and fortunately the beaches just won't be in the same condition as they were before. Is that a truck? I'm going back like 3 hours. You can't even see it. There's a little legit truck here on the water. This is like 3 hours ago. Looks like they're just preparing or something. You can't see what's on the other side, so, you know, maybe there's something there. I don't know, but wow. Oh, that's something. At least they have a big truck. At least they have big wheels. Maybe that helps. Thought that was Reed Timmer for a second, going crazy. Thank you, Marax, for also becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Appreciate that. Thank you, Charles, for the $10 super chat. Driving from Melbourne, Florida to Cape Canaveral tomorrow afternoon. Just tropical showers. I wouldn't expect anything crazy over there. Should be fine. Yeah, just tropical showers, low-end tornado threat. They have canceled the other tornado warning for this area of rotation that's still there, it's just broad. Still got a tornado warning near Interstate 75, just north of Port Charlotte. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Definitely a pretty populated area here, but it is going to be moving into more rural parts of Florida here shortly. Now, this is still radar indicated on their latest update. So, there you go. This is a tornado warning from Debby. Yeah, this is not related to anything else. It's just from Debby. Now, the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have up in Columbia in South Carolina, these are not related to Debby. So, yeah, this right here, down here, this is all related to Debby. We have a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. They might extend it depending on what happens, but this tornado watch is also all related to Debby. So, yeah. Yeah, Orlando should be fine. I mean, again, Orlando's going to be dealing with a tornado threat tonight and tomorrow. That would be my, greatest concern. Perhaps some localized flooding, especially to areas that are prone to it. But aside from that, I wouldn't expect much. It's a full screen of Corey Gherkin again. Corey Gherkin's right on the beach right now, or in Cedar Key. There's a pretty solid view right now of what's happening back over in Cedar Key, Florida. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, I am in Florida. I'll be riding this out. Should be fine, though.
Are they saying
I might lose internet tomorrow. That's the only concern I have, but
no way.
Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we're good. We are gonna be streaming this literally from where this is making, well, not like where it's making landfall, but, you know, in the state of Florida.
D, there's a cat out here. Where?
It's a whole stream today and tomorrow.
What am I doing? I gotta take video. Buy this stupid camera.
Max is gonna go storm chasing. Guys, I'll tell you, I was really considering storm chasing this. Like, I was super duper concerned. Like, I was literally, like, on the fence about storm chasing this. I was very 50-50 about it. Main reason why is because I'm in proximity of this. Like, it would be really not hard to chase, but, you know, I don't think, like, there's not a whole lot of coverage. Like, there's a coverage on it, but, you know, I want to be able to cover this for you guys, and, you know, make sure that there's coverage out there for people that are in the track of Debby. And honestly, like, I was going to chase this if this was just a tropical storm on landfall, but now that it has a potential to be a category 2 on landfall, I'd much rather be streaming this. So Obviously, it will not be very friendly when it comes to when it's making landfall. Could make landfall very early tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. Right along with Connor. I considered it. Like, guys, trust me, I was considering a lot of options the last couple of days. Talked to Connor about it. Like, they said I could, you know, come along and stuff. Like, you know, but it just... It would have been too difficult with now. Like, if it was a tropical storm, I would have said yes. If it, you know, now that's going towards a Cat 1, Cat 2 landfall, no, I'll definitely be doing coverage on this. Like, the deciding factor was if this is a hurricane, we're staying here for it. If it wasn't, then I'll be chasing it. I do have a buoy, by the way, on the Radar Omega app. You can see this buoy. It is currently measuring almost 15-foot waves. You can actually see the waves in the photos. These are just photographs. The latest one was about 30 minutes ago. See how high the waves are. Not really easy to see anything because we are in a cloudy area and we're also in the ocean. There isn't any lighting out there, so that camera is taking some shots there, just to the south or just to the north of where the eye is. And the eye currently is about, it's kind of here. That's at least where they have it indicated. It almost looks like it's right here, but we might just have some, like, extrusion or something. Let me check the satellite. Yeah, satellite has a better view of it. The eye is where they have it. It looks like it on reflectivity. It's further east, but it's just the mid and low level centers are still misaligned. But if they can become aligned, this could, again, rapidly intensify. It's trying to form a core, though. If it can form a core, again, this could literally go crazy and become a... I don't think it'll become a major hurricane, but I think it could get to a Category 2 intensity tomorrow. We do have some big thunderstorm towers blowing up just west of Tampa. Another indication that we do at least have some intensification attempting to happen. WFLA says there's a tornado down in Charlotte. There may have been one. I mean, there could still be one. I don't see anything on radar that definitively says that. As a reminder, tropical tornadoes are not usually as strong as a Great Plains setup or even a Midwest setup. This is just a completely different environment. So this is not the same as that kind of setup. A lot of these tornadoes are quick, brief EF0, EF2 tornadoes. So that's kind of the range. So right now what we're seeing, there might be something. It's probably just, something small, and it might have produced damage. That's why they issue tornado warnings on this stuff. We're not going to be able to catch every single tornado, though, with a setup like this. Like, we could literally have a tornado with this rotation that's not worn, but it's relatively broad. It just might just be like a, very weak tornado if we had something with that. But we'll try our best to, give you at least some heads up about any rotation. But there's a little bit here near Prairie Ridge, too. But again, nothing really off the charts right now that I'm seeing when it comes to a tornado threat. So. Yeah, all these tornadoes are usually pretty quick. There aren't usually that many that are intense. They're usually pretty quick. Let me go to, let's go back to, this is Corey Gherkin again. Corey Gherkin's in Cedar Key, Florida. Brandon Kopic is as well. We're going to go to Brandon Kopic, who's again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is apparently at a playground, which is right along the water. I'm not sure if he is, I don't think his camera's updated. I think he was walking around, or he is walking around right now. Double check here. Yeah, he's walking around, but his camera's in his car. So, but he's at a playground right now over in Cedar Key, and they're right along the water. So they're setting up, I think, another Radar Omega Mesovort. They are. All right. So we now have 4 Radar Omega Mesovorts along the coast of Florida. And again, if you are a subscriber in the app, which you can download the app at the top, link in the description on iOS and Android, but if you're a subscriber in the app, you have access to this camera, this one, and also the one in Cedar Key. They have 4 different cameras up and down the Big Bend, which is where the worst of the storm surge will be tomorrow morning. And we could even see some of that tonight. But this is what the camera looks like right now. I don't know who's setting it up right now, but somebody's setting up right now. Right along the beach, you can see the water in the background, back top right of your screen. Now he's cleaning it. I think this is either Vince or Brandon. One of the two. But they're setting up that camera right now. Right in Cedar Key, which is an area that's very prone to storm surge. So, we also got the one in Horseshoe Beach, which I already showed you. But this is what we're looking at right now. Again, nothing crazy yet, but this will get pretty crazy as we go later into the evening. And as well as really tomorrow morning will be the craziest. There's another Mesovort back over in the Steinhatchee area of Florida. This is an interactive camera. So it is a 180 view. You can move it around. Probably the coolest camera I've actually seen. I didn't know this was even possible. If we get 360 cameras next year, that'd be wild. Like, that'd be crazy. But it's another view right on the shore here. Let me take this off. And then the last one that's back up in Keaton Beach. This was the first one they set up today. This is in Keaton Beach, Florida. And so this one, I'm pretty sure all these Mesovorts are in like the same areas as like Adalia. Like, these are pretty similar areas to where Adalia cameras were. I remember this area. But this is another camera that we have up in Keaton Beach on the Radar Omega app. Again, if you're a subscriber, and you can be any tier subscriber, you can watch all these cameras. Again, they got 4 up and down the coast. And if you are just somebody that buys the app and doesn't even, you know, get a subscription, you can also follow these storm chasers in the app. There are several. We got Connor Croft, Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Vince Walty. Got a ton of them in the app. So definitely recommend it. 360 cameras already exist? Well, I know that. I'm just saying, like, it'd be crazy if we got some of those next year. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member. Thank you, Random Name, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. What is the app? It is the Radar Omega app. It's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. PB, if you're Patrick, I'm not reading that super chat. I don't even know what it says, but no shot we're giving, you know, we're donating those type of numbers. Cat 2, Cat 3. My forecast initially was that this will make landfall as a Cat 1 with 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds. I said that about 3 days ago. Like, I legitimately thought this would just make landfall as a Cat 1. And that would be it. I didn't think there would be much questioning there being rapid intensification due to how little time it has. And also the dry air that's filtering in and, you know, just it not looking like it'll organize that much with how little time it has. But, you know, now we're in a situation where this could rapidly intensify. It's changed quite a bit. It's more organized. Really, the biggest thing was that this stayed further west when and also further south when it moved over Cuba. You can see the line here. It was originally forecasted to go a bit more like this. So initially going like this would have made it so that it would only be a tropical storm on landfall. But unfortunately, it moved further west. And now we have more time over the Gulf, 1, and then 2, it also moved over some of the Caribbean, which made it, you know, become a tropical depression early. So, yeah, unfortunately, it has more time over water, which means that we could see rapid intensification. And of course, right now, where it's forecast to make landfall is like the furthest area inland. Like, it has like an extra like 3 to 4 hours of being over water when it goes into this part of the Big Bend in comparison to like going to Cedar Key, for example. It would have less time. So. Brian, I don't think it's really that big of a deal being in Clearwater Beach as long as you're like away from the, you know, the actual beach. I don't think you really have to fly out tomorrow unless you're flying out because you're on vacation or something. Like, I don't think there's any reason to be that scared because like the worst of the impacts are going to be over the next few hours in Tampa. Like the worst of the storm surge is going to be happening in the next few hours. And if we go back bottom right of your screen to that Pine Island camera, which for reference, I'm going to show you where Pine Island is on the map. Pine Island is back over near Cape Coral, all right? That's the storm surge right down there in Pine Island. It was the worst about 3 hours ago, or 2 to 3 hours ago. The water's starting to retreat back into the ocean. It's going to take time, but it's at least retreating a little bit. Basically what I'm saying, though, is that, you know, in those areas, the worst of it's going to be tonight. There's not really any reason to fly out tomorrow. Like, I don't see much of a point, unless you are, again, on vacation or something like that, and you have to go tomorrow. In that case, hopefully you don't have any canceled flights, because it is very possible that flights are delayed or canceled or whatever might happen. Still have a little bit of circulation west of Arcadia. Broader circulation in nature. It's also weaker. Still could see a tropical tornado out of this near Highway 72, moving north towards Highway 70, just west of Arcadia. Not super concerned about it, but we will continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does anything. Back over on the east coast of Florida, we are going to start to see a growing tornado threat, I think. We are starting to see a couple of little areas of rotation developing just to the southwest of Palm Bay, Florida. So if you are anywhere just south of Orlando, stay aware. Make sure you have a tornado action plan in place, as this area of storm activity could start to get a little crazy. We could start to see a few tornado warnings start to pop up here. Okay. Zoom back out. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be doing coverage here for the next few hours. And they'll have live coverage for Landfall tomorrow. So make sure that you are subscribed down below. Like the stream also. It does help get this out to more people. Thank you, Riley, for the $99.99 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Riley. Really do appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much. If Disney closes, that means the storm is bad. That doesn't necessarily mean... I mean, let's just say Barrel... Like, I mean, you could say that about, like, you know... Let's say Barrel. You know, it made landfall in Texas. Let's say Disney closed. You know, does that make it worse? Like, you know, it's kind of subjective. It's kind of one of those things that you really can't compare. I mean, if Waffle House closes in Florida, we know it's bad. If Waffle House closes, it's bad. A Waffle House meter or scale is going to be off the charts. It's time to evacuate if Waffle House is closed. That's what that means. We'll stay on this for now. But I mean, in all reality, like, Disney's not even really getting the worst of this. It's like just gonna be some gusty winds and that's it. There have been some 50-mile-per-hour wind gust reports there, but I don't think that was even from Debby. I think it was literally just from the storms earlier. That'd be kind of crazy if we had winds from Debby that far to the east. Because where the eye is going to go is going to make landfall back up in the Big Bend. Like, Orlando might see a tornado threat, some tropical showers, and, you know, maybe some small supercells, but nothing like, you know, beyond that, really. Some localized flooding, too. Thank you, Bone, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Hopefully no Culver's closes. I don't know if they close for this stuff. I don't know. Who knows? I don't think there's a Culver's scale. Alright, I don't think this Mesovort is ready yet. We'll go to the new Mesovort once it comes up. It has a pretty good view there of the beach. Hey, move and mark for the 199. Do trampolines float? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think so, though. But we could have some flying trampolines. That is definitely a possibility. This is going to be the trampoline risk for tonight into tomorrow, so make sure to hatch down your trampolines. You have a gone forever stage of flying trampolines here in the state of Florida, primarily back up in the Big Bend. On forever stage. That is very typical for hurricanes. I'm pretty sure Beryl was a gone forever level 2. Alright, Connor is now officially on the beach. He is in Perry, Florida. Just gonna go and check in with him real quick.
Connor can go, and then
this is Connor Croft.
I'll be back.
With Freddie McKinney, by the way. That's the other person that is walking across the screen, which you couldn't really see because his connection went out. But Freddie McKinney's with him.
Yeah, Prince put a Mesovort cam here. That makes sense.
Together.
It's a good place for it. We're gonna go to the bathroom here. I'm gonna get out and shoot that ASLive pretty quickly, right on the beach, and then I'll do a breakdown. I might be able to do it right now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep service.
That's what it looks like in Perry, Florida right now. And honestly, it's not crazy yet, but again, the storm is still very far south. So the worst of this is still, you know, yet to come, at least in that area. Again, Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic. Let's go to Corey Gherkin. Corey Gherkin's still right on the shoreline, or right on the coast here of Cedar Key. Waves are definitely getting choppy right now. Thank you, Amber, for the 199. Should I drive from Tallahassee to Sanford? I don't see why not. I don't think I'll have any issues. Just gonna be rainy. A couple of tornadoes still possible. And you see more for the $10 super chat. Show Tyler Kurtz some love on YouTube. I agree. Show him the love. All of our storm chasers, by the way, are linked in the description if you ever want to check any out. Thank you also, Reef, for the $10 super chat. Flying into Sarasota on Tuesday, will it be safe? I think you'll be fine. By Tuesday, the winds will be definitely lower. Just gusty winds, some tropical showers. Storm seems a bit stronger. Yeah, if you look at infrared imagery, it's definitely trying. I mean, it's not, I don't know if it's really that much stronger, but it is trying to develop more of a core now. If it's able to do that, we could see this again rapidly intensify before landfall. It's very possible. Max, water is wet. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, we can confirm the water is wet here in Florida. Yeah, we are probably going to see this organized more over the next few hours. I honestly, at the 8 p.m. advisory, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Cat 1. We will have that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center in about 2 hours. Just a little over 2 hours from now. You see the satellite imagery? Yeah, let me pull it up on... Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Let me find this real quick, though. Okay. Let's do geocolor. I mean, this is geocolor imagery. Gonna take a second, I think, to load all these images. I'm gonna give it a second to load on my other monitor. I'll pull it up in a second. I like geocolor satellite. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Try to get Tyler to catch a few crabs, but he wouldn't do it. Bro, there's no shot we're trying to catch crabs before a tropical storm or hurricane. Wild behavior. Alright, geocolor. Let's load up. I'm gonna put on satellite on here for now, though. Let's go to satellite. We'll do blue. That's what it looks like on satellite imagery right now. And you got your convective towers blown up. Any of these overshooting cloud tops that you can kind of see here, these little kind of bright pixelated areas, that's going to be overshooting cloud tops. We've had a lot of those recently. Does indicate some intensification. We've had problems on the southwest side where there has been dry air, which is kind of filtering into this, you know, basically preventing it from strengthening. We should see that overcome, though, here pretty soon. And that should allow for intensification tonight. Here's what the geocolor satellite looks like. So a pretty clean view of it. Kind of see the dry air a little bit better here. Like, you can kind of see those low clouds. That basically means that the mid and upper levels are just kind of struggling, you know, to really tower up storms or anything like that, or basically have hot towers around this tropical storm right now. A lot of convection, obviously, anywhere north and east, but south and west side been struggling a little bit to come together. But we do think tonight it'll come together more. So, that's the geocolor satellite. Very beautiful. Also, let me check and see if there's any new tropical tidbit update data here. I'm waiting for the latest HWRF model to come out, the 18Z. Which was like 4 hours ago, still hasn't come out. None of the hurricane models have updated yet. Hoping those come out here pretty soon. They'll probably have a better idea of what's going to happen tonight compared to, you know, the last run. This is the 12Z run. Still has the HWRF model, which is a hurricane model. This still has landfall at like 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think it'll be bumped back a little bit, though. I think it is slowing down a little bit, so we'll kind of have to wait and see. That's what it shows at 5. and the eye is about right there. So it might actually be on track. We'll see. Again, the speed, it's going to slow down pretty fast, so the landfall could literally be anytime between like 7 a.m. all the way up until like 2 p.m. It's a pretty large range for tomorrow. Thank you, Sammy, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. I'm glad you can get some help from these streams. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a member. Oh, this is a record set. This is from James Pettis. He makes some graphics here. Record daily maximum rainfall back over in Fort Myers, Florida today of 2.68 inches of rain. That has been confirmed here by the National Weather Service of Tampa Bay. The last record was 2.08 inches in 1969. So daily record set in Fort Myers, Florida today. Not really shocking, to be honest, because it is a tropical system, but just another record. Record has been set. All right, let me go back to radar here. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we are going to be doing Tropical Storm Debby coverage. It'll probably be a hurricane by tonight, but right now it is Tropical Storm Debby. We're doing coverage here probably until about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, and then after that, we'll be doing a live stream tomorrow, just before it makes landfall, and we'll be going live through probably at least lunchtime. We'll be live for like 4 to 6 hours tomorrow, maybe a bit longer. Just kind of depends on how things go with Debby. And then after that, we will probably be having videos every day again, starting Tuesday, and possibly more live streams depending on how things go. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Do again have an array of storm chasers today. We have Corey Gherkin.
A new tornado warning has
These warnings
been
are always
issued.
cutting me off. Pinellas County, Florida. Actually, let's go to this. This is just west of Tampa. Tornado warning for Clearwater, Largo, Indian Rocks, Reddington Shores, and Uria Beach, Florida. That is a tight couplet, and there's actually a hook on this too. So this could definitely produce a tornado. We probably have a water spout right now just west of St. Petersburg. Moving northbound, could have a tornado going inland here in a moment. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Do have a new radar scan coming in right now. But this is going to be approaching the Bickley RV Park in Reddington Shores, Indian Rocks Beach, and eventually Largo, Florida. This is a very populated area. So if you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text to make sure that they're aware of this. But you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Let's see what this radar scan shows here. And a little bit broader on the latest scan. That rotation is quickly approaching Treasure Island. Treasure Island currently being approached by this. Back a couple scans here. You can kind of see that rotation was actually pretty tight just west of St. Pete Beach. Probably had a water spout, fishnado maybe. But we do have a hook on this, and definitely have an inflow. So, very possible that a tornado does, move inland here, or at least a water spout moves inland as a tornado near the Modernia Beach and Reddington Beach areas. Just to the west of St. Petersburg and west of Tampa right now in Florida. This includes a population of 288,000 people. This is not a small warning. That is quite a bit of people. All the locations are on your screen. At least all the notable locations are on your screen. You might have a Culver somewhere in here. It doesn't tell you that. Only tells you city names. Alright, we'll wait for the next radar scan here. Sharknado? You never know, you might have a flying shark somewhere. Thank you thinking about it for the $50 super chat. Put smarts in the chat for thinking about it. Appreciate the generosity. I actually don't know if it got canceled because of that. I have no clue, but I think you could probably get a flight to Boston. I don't know why. I mean, they can just fly around it. I mean, honestly, Miami and Fort Lauderdale, you're not really going to see anything down there, so, like, I wouldn't be that concerned. I'm more concerned really about the west coast of Florida, central and northern Florida for the tornado risk. So southeast Florida is definitely an option. I mean, it's not going to be too concerning down that direction, other than just rain. I mean, honestly, a lot of the activity there is already winding down. So, all right, still have this rotation moving inland right now, moving northbound. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Our flashing light is broken. Nice. Second. Alright, just pulling up the light. Trying to fix it. Alright, should be good now. Is it everything you predicted? I mean, I didn't think this was even gonna be a concern for, like, West Florida at all until, like, a few days ago. Like, honestly, I thought this would just go out to sea, basically. Like, I thought it would go up, like, the East Coast, it might become a hurricane, and then just kind of go out to sea. Like, I kind of thought this would become a hurricane, at least, but I didn't think it would be so close to the United States, and not this far west. Like, initially, models had it, like, way out here. Like, it wasn't even close to Florida. And now it's obviously way over here. Like, a lot of things changed. And so, I mean, you know, if you're talking about, like, in the last 2 or 3 days, then, you know, I would say I've been pretty spot on, or not spot on, but at least, you know, kind of know what's going to happen, but at least with landfall. But, you know, before that, definitely not. This is not what I forecasted 6 or 7 days ago. I didn't really talk about it much in videos because I thought it was just completely overhyped, which it really was, but, you know. Definitely going to be a pretty big storm when it comes to rainfall. Might not be very intense, but it's at least a pretty intense storm when it comes to just purely flooding rains that we're going to see. The next National Hurricane Center update is in about 2 hours. Waiting for a radar update again. We could have a tornado moving ashore right now near the Madeira Beach in Florida, approaching Largo. Do have a new radar scan coming in. If we do have a tornado, it's over Reddington Beach. Could even be a water spout still, as it is moving through a bay. There's a photo of a large water spout near Treasure Island, Florida. I am retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is a large water spout with this. It's actually not... this is at least as of a few minutes ago. It was 6 minutes ago it was posted. But this is a... This has been at least a large water spout. It's off a camera. I can't even... You can't really see it that well. That right there is your water spout. It's actually pretty large. It's hard to tell because of how, you know, low visibility it is, but that right there in the middle would be your water spout. That right there. Right near Treasure Island, Florida. It might not be that large anymore. I'm not seeing a debris signature right now. Granted, the velocities and some other stuff I don't think I've updated. This is 5:48. Yeah, this is still a few minutes behind. Who would have thought? Large water spout with this before it's moving ashore. Hopefully it weakens before moving inland. This is according to Noah Berggren on Twitter. Some interesting developments. The last several hours at Debby have wobbled all over, mainly on more of a northeasterly heading. Deciding if this is just temporary wobble or a long-term change in the course is tough to tell without seeing a few more hours of this play out. But if this trend does continue, it'll have big implications in central Florida when it comes to more rain, flooding, and wind late tonight to tomorrow morning. So, something to think about. That'd be for, like, central Florida more than anything. This is what we're talking about here. The center is, like, way further east, it looks like. It's been kind of, like, just moving more northeast. It's kind of weird. I don't know. This is not something you see very often, but, I mean, this is where it was at 5 o'clock. The pressure is probably still here or so. I don't think it's this far east. But it's definitely moved a lot more east than north over the last, like, hour. So definitely interesting. If we still have a tornado or anything like that, it would be over Seminole, Florida right now, going towards Largo. Again, we could still have some sort of, tornado on the ground. We don't have any debris signature right now, but with us having a large water spout on the storm moments ago, it is possible that we have something on the ground right now. Moving towards Largo, Florida. So again, if you are in this warning, stay in your safe place. Rotation is just south of Largo. It is moving towards Clearwater and Largo, Florida. We did have a large water spout near Treasure Island just over 10 minutes ago. So it's possible that we still have a tornado to some extent that's on the ground. But water spouts don't always translate to tornadoes on shore. Thank you, Riley, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chris, for the 5 gifted members. Got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Chris in the chat. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Still got some rotation on the north and west side of Seminole. Approaching Ridgecrest and Largo. It is now officially an observed tornado.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so this is a confirmed tornado here going towards Largo, Bel Air, and Clearwater. So this is on the ground in a very populated area. Again, if you are in this area, you got to get to your safe place now. Get underground if you can. This is a weather spotter's confirmed water spout moving on shore. So that's, at least for now, if there was something that moved ashore, it could still be on the ground, though, near Seminole. We do not have any debris signature, so that doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado. We just don't have anything clear right now. But again, we do at least have a water spout that moved ashore here near Largo. And it is moving northbound. It'll be approaching Bel Air. And eventually Clearwater. This is when it moved ashore. It was near the Moderna Beach. It actually was very tight there. It's a bit broader on the last few scans, but we probably still have something here. And going towards Clearwater, just to the south of Largo, moving north-northwest. We still have a tornado. It's going to be over on the north side of Seminole. Be approaching Ridgecrest and eventually going towards the west side of Largo. No underground options in Florida. I know. I still say it. I'm used to it. I'm used to saying it. Alright, here's the latest scan. It still appears to be broadening out. I think if we did have something, it was near Moderna Beach. This is the terminal radar, which is near the airport. Not nearly as strong. It's going north towards Largo and Bel Air. Still don't have any debris signature, so I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but we're going to treat it as if it is, because if it is, it's a very populated area. We got over 200,000 people in this warning, so it's definitely a pretty dangerous situation for the population density here. We got 250,000 people in this warning. So if you know any friends or family in this area, definitely make sure to give them a call or text. You don't have to share the stream with them. It is an option. You can share this if you know any friends or family in the area. But at least make sure they're aware that this is on the ground. It's on the northwest side of Seminole, going towards Largo and Bel Air. The latest scan still showing the strongest rotation near Highway 296 or 102nd Avenue northbound. That's going to be going towards Ridgecrest, Largo, Bel Air, and Clearwater. And Dunedin will eventually be in the track of it as well. We're gonna go back to the regional radar site. I still don't see a debris signature. So again, it might have been a one-off thing where it just made landfall as a water spout / tornado, and maybe now it's occluded or whatever might have happened. A lot of the time when water spouts come ashore, they don't usually last. So that might be what happened here. I'm currently just north of Largo. Can't confirm nothing on the ground at this time. I mean, you could possibly confirm that, but you never know. It might be behind trees or something or whatever. It's hard to tell, you're like if you're like north of Largo or something, there could be buildings in the way. I don't know. It's also a report in chat, so I can't always trust everything. I personally don't think there's anything on the ground, but we don't know that for sure. There isn't any debris signature, which is good. There is still rotation, though. I mean, there's probably at least a wall cloud, a lowering, something like that, that's moving towards Bel Air. But, yeah, obviously stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Camera's up? Okay, let me check it out. Let's see if it's up and running. This is the Radar Omega Mesovort, which you can watch on the app if you're a subscriber with the top link in the description below. I do have another camera up. Back over in Cedar Key, Florida. This is probably going to be the most interesting live cam, I think. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this, for sure. All right. Wait for the next radar scan here. Chose the vacation in Orlando starting today. Great timing. Yeah, it's tis the season, though. It is hurricane season. August and September, usually the worst months. And sometimes October. All right, while we wait for another radar scan, thank you to Brennan for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you both, Riley and Brennan. Appreciate that. Put smarts in the chat for both of them. That's the highest tier membership on the channel. Thank you, Talon, for becoming a 2-month member. That's where I go on vacation. Madeira Beach. Yeah, Madeira Beach, I mean, you know, that's where it probably, I mean, this is probably where we had some damage from this. Regardless of it being on the ground for that long, it could still be on the ground, but like, regardless of it being on the ground for that long, that is probably where the damage is, would be in the Medina Beach or Moderna Beach. The confirmed tornado was a water spout that hit land and then rose. Yeah, that's probably what happened. That's what I'm guessing. Again, usually water spouts do not last that long on shore, but the thing is, it was a large water spout. It was not tiny. So, you know, it is a little bit more difficult for something like that to... A little bit more difficult for something like that to basically lift that quickly. All right, here's the latest scan. If we do have a tornado, it's going to be over Ridgecrest on the southwest side of Largo, Florida. It's where the tightest couplet still is. Moving north-northwest, going towards Bel Air. So again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. It is still a confirmed tornado in Pinellas County, Florida. At least for the time being. Again, it may or may not be on the ground right now. We don't know for 100% sure, but it is a very populated area, so it makes it that much more concerning. It'll be eventually approaching the west side of Clearwater as well. What of a dud of a storm? I mean, it's a tropical storm. Also, we're not even at landfall yet. We still have 16-ish hours till landfall. I mean, there's still a long ways to go. Hey, Victoria, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How do you make the warnings pop up on screen? It is a custom-coded thing that we have that is not public. No problem, Texas. We're going to stay zoomed out for the time being. We'll wait for the next radar scan. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll have extensive coverage on Tropical Storm Debby and eventually Hurricane Barry. Wow. Hurricane Debby as we get closer to landfall. And we have multiple storm chasers. We got Tyler Kurtz. Got Storm Intermedia here soon. We got Connor Croft with Freddie McKinney. Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic. Got all 5 of them. That will be here both today and tomorrow. So we got almost a half a dozen storm chasers. We usually don't have that many, but today we do. Probably we will have that many tomorrow as well. So plenty of storm chasers. Also got the live camera from Cape Weather in Pine Island, Florida, where that is right on a beach. The pier was flooded over for the most part. The water is beginning to retreat down there, though. That's back near Cape Coral. Nice to have all those storm chasers. Yeah, I mean, a year ago today, we had like, We had like one. We had one storm chaser up until like May. Now we have a ton. A lot of people want to work with us, so pretty cool. Weather community coming together. Thank you, K-Jack, for becoming a 24-month member. That is insane. That is 2 years for K-Jack as a member of the channel. Appreciate the support. I arrived at Fort Lauderdale on Tuesday from Philadelphia. Will it get delayed? I could not tell you. I'm not a person that can forecast delays and stuff, unless there's something imminent. I highly doubt it. I mean, weather-related wise, I highly doubt it, but if it's Spirit Airlines or whatever it might be, like, it could really vary depending on airline, too. Like, I don't see anything, though, that would really delay it. Has this storm been through the Caribbean? Sorta. It was in the Caribbean, but for a very brief stint. It was just this area here. A very brief stint. It was only in there for like 6 hours or so. That was very brief. Alright, latest radar scan, still showing some broad circulation south of Clearwater. It's about to be moving offshore, so they might just end up canceling the warning if this rotation continues to weaken. As it moves to the north-northwest. But I'm not seeing much anymore. I'm not seeing as much of a concern as before. But it is still, as of now, an observed tornado. Let me check and see. They have another aircraft recon going out yet? Are they... I don't think they do. Does anybody know when the next aircraft recon takes off for Debby? I don't know if anybody knows like the exact time. Is that an eye wall? I mean, we're looking at reflectivity, so it's not like, you know, exactly what it looks like, you know, on like infrared or satellite, but it's definitely trying to organize. Still not, it's not closed though. It's still not closed. It is much further east though than what it was, you know, an hour ago. Like this is, for whatever reason, really moving east. Let's go back like 50 frames here. Now the center of low pressure, like it's more over here to the west of where this opening is, just for what it's worth. Like it's gonna be over here. It's not right like where that opening is. The mid and low level centers, again, just kind of out of whack right now, but it is definitely, it's been wobbling more to the east, which is definitely an interesting development. If that does end up transpiring, you know, for the next 12 hours, let's say, which we don't know if it will. We don't have enough data yet for it to be like a full-blown, you know, northeast movement, for example, but if it continues this path, we could see a landfall more over here, closer to like Jenna, for example. So, definitely possible. Definitely possible. Yeah, the next National Hurricane Center update's at 8, but then I don't know when the next airplane is. I haven't seen one fly out yet. Alright, tornado warning's probably gonna be let to, it'll probably be canceled here in a moment. Alright, let me check Twitter. See what's going on here. Tagged you on Twitter on their post. Whose post? Oh, alright. They have another mission scheduled this evening. Which probably means our next actual data won't be until like 10 o'clock or something, or 9 o'clock. I got you, James. All good. Hey, CR for the $4.99. Since this area of the Gulf is known to have sharks, could we see a real Sharknado from this system? It would take a whole lot for there to be a shark in a tornado, or even like a water spout. Like, we would have to have a legit, like, really tight, like, suction vortices near the surface on a water spout. And, like, even then, the shark would have to be literally on, like, the surface of the water. And sharks are not, like, light. So it'd have to be, like, a stronger water spout. I don't know what the size of, you know, a shark... I don't know how much they weigh, but I'm guessing it's more than I weigh. So I think it'll be pretty difficult for that to happen. I think we would need, like, an EF5 wedge or something in the water for that to happen. I could be wrong. I'm not sure what the weight is, though. And it also... Again, there's a lot of things that need to happen for that to happen. Yeah, we definitely do have a little bit of an eye wall developing. It's not full blown yet, but it's trying to develop. We could start to see some rapid intensification later this evening as this moves northbound. That's what satellite looks like. Satellite is still kind of a mess. Let's go to infrared. Infrared has a better view, I think, of this. Still nothing really organized. I mean, we have big convective towers. This is probably the most convection that we've had near the eye at this point. Just nothing has really transpired yet in terms of there being a definitive area of circulation in the mid-levels. I mentioned this before, but there's a lot of dry air here that's kind of filtered into this particular part of Debby. This is the south and west side of Debby, so all that dry air is kind of, you know, basically hindering its intensification, but we are thinking that there will be rapid intensification tonight if it's able to organize, and it so far has looked that way. So it's very possible that this does become a hurricane tonight. Thank you, Uncommon, for the $2 super chat. I'm not singing that song. Thank you, Farms, for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. Baby shark doo-doo. That's a wild super chat. Alright, rotation's moved offshore. I'm gonna go and change it back because I don't think this is on the ground anymore. Just change it back to Tropical Storm Debby. Sing Baby Shark? I'm not singing. We're not singing Baby Shark out of all songs. Alright, back over in East Florida. Quick little update here. We do have some storms that are starting to ramp up a bit in rotation. The one near Palm Bay still has a little bit of circulation. We are going to be watching this band for gusty winds and perhaps an isolated tornado or two. I don't think we'll have much of a tornado threat out of this, but we might. This one near Palm Bay looks a little bit more organized. The rest of it looks mostly like wind, but at the bare minimum, we are talking about a wind threat moving south to north. So some stronger bands of storm activity. Got a few storms also near the Miami area. Again, not expecting any tornado risk out of this, really. Got a few storms back up near, like, you know, West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie. Nothing here looks concerning. Just ordinary tropical showers and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary. So, good news there for now. Go real quickly. Let me check and see. What is Brandon up to right now? Brandon is driving. Alright. Whenever he's not driving, we'll go to him. Aren't you in Florida? I am. We'll be covering this from Florida. Should be interesting. Hopefully we don't lose power. Or internet. Eye is starting to close off. It kind of looks like it. At least on the east side, it's been kind of closing off more than before. Go back 50 frames. Kind of see... I don't know. I don't think it's fully closed off by any means, but I do think it's definitely organizing, because at least on reflectivity. Like, before, there wasn't really much of a center. There is more of a center now. That's formed over the last, you know, hour. Got a generator? Nope. Just hope we don't lose power. I don't think I will, but it's not impossible. Not impossible. Gotta hope. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's the red button down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest on Debby, with continuing coverage up until at least the National Hurricane Center update at 8 tonight, and then we'll be live for Landfall tomorrow. At least that's the tentative plan, as long as I can wake up. In addition to that, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. And friendly reminder, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. They have several live cameras up and down the west coast of Florida if you are a subscriber of the app. These will have great views of storm surge tonight into tomorrow morning, anywhere from Keaton Beach all the way back through Cedar Key. They have 4 different live cameras. If you're a subscriber on the app, you can get access to these. Highly recommend check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have this interactive camera as well. It's a 180 camera. Has a pretty good view here of the bay here in Steenhatchee, Florida. Also got one in that's the Steenhatchee one. This is the one in Horseshoe Beach. So nothing happening yet, but later tonight you'll see more of this water coming ashore, and eventually this will all be flooded over by tomorrow morning, as upwards of 10 feet of storm surge will be a possibility. We also have the Cedar Key live camera. Actually got a little storm there at the top, or a little cell at the top left. You can kind of see it. That is going to be trying to move ashore, but definitely some choppy waves. This is the choppiest area of waves that we've seen so far, at least up and down the coast. Please make the code. I'm not making the code public. It was not cheap to have that coded. Like the technology that we have now compared to a year ago is drastically better for our live streams. Thank you, Judy, for becoming a 3-month member. Also, thank you to Rubber for the $4.99. They're about to take off. All right, so they'll probably have a Hurricane Hunter going in here pretty soon. So we'll probably be live all the way through that. Probably. Also, I do want to quickly mention, we have another upgrade to the studio. We have a new mouse. It's a Logitech wireless mouse. We had a wired mouse that has been completely worn. This is now the laptop mouse. Can't really see it worn, but that like white area right there, that's like my thumb wearing into the like the rubber or whatever. But this is a G502. We actually kind of almost downgraded mice. But honestly, I like this mouse more. It's like lightweight and it's wireless, so pretty lit. Got a new mouse. NOAA 42 is on flight tracker. Looks like they're about to take off into the storm. It's the latest report. So we should have another Hurricane Hunter in the tropical storm, possibly even a hurricane here pretty soon. We'll see if there has been intensification. It's going to be pretty... I think this flight will definitely be interesting when it does pop, when we start to see it pop up on here. It should be very interesting. I do think that this is something that's intensifying. Like, I truly do think we might be at hurricane status now. Or very shortly, we could be at hurricane status, if it's not already. So we might even have a Cat 1 already. The forecast was that this was expected to become a Cat 1 right around 8 o'clock tonight. And so we're 2 hours from now. It will be 8 o'clock. I do think this could be a hurricane. It's way easier to say Hurricane Debby than it is to say Tropical Storm Debby. So, for the purpose of it, you know, being easier to say, would be nice if they do change. If it does change to a hurricane. And it's going to happen at some point anyways, and this was the forecasted time. So it might be a hurricane here pretty soon. Thank you, David, for the $4.99. Thank you, Kelly, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. What the velocity? What the sigma? I still think there's a chance this makes landfall as a Cat 2. I'd say at this point, a Cat 1 landfall, probably like a 60% chance. Cat 2 landfall, probably about a 30% chance. And then Tropical Storm landfall, or something higher than a Cat 2 would be like a 10% chance. Yes, what I'm using right now is on the Radar Omega app. The satellite, like the infrared and stuff, that is all also something that you get as a subscriber. If you want to download Radar Omega, there's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I want to see Max ride an alligator into a tornado. I just don't think so. I don't think you want to see that. That sounds awful. How bad will it be in Daytona Beach? I don't think it'll be too shabby. I think it'll be mostly just rain, some gusty winds, maybe a tornado tomorrow at some point. That's about it. All right, so the Hurricane Hunter aircraft is flying over Plant City. It should have new data starting pretty soon. So, cool. We have Hurricane Hunters now going into Debby. Why is the NAM 3K model showing a Category 4 landfall? Because you're using the NAM 3K model. That's why. Brother, if you ever use the NAM 3K model to forecast anything when it comes to hurricanes, be prepared to be disappointed, because it is not accurate ever. Like, dude, I can't even believe you're even looking at this. Like, it's so unrealistic. I don't even know how it even comes up with these numbers. 948 millibars? Like, there's no shot. I don't know what you would need for intensification like this, but you would need a lot. Like, it would take, I don't know, it would take a lot though. It would take a lot for that to happen. The NAM model, never accurate model. Wow. Throwing shade at the NAM. For the record, the NAM or the ARRR model does show landfall sometime after 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'm trying to see what the exact time is. These are some of the newest runs. This isn't a hurricane model, but it does usually handle these pretty well. Closer to landfall. Still shows landfall just after 10 a.m. The intensity isn't really there. It also shows the pressure right now at 999 millibars. That is not right. It's at least 992. Again, a lot of these models aren't calibrated. The biggest problem that we have sometimes with models like this is that they are not calibrated. And what that basically means is that we don't have the correct data in them to make a accurate representation of what's going to happen. Like, the pressure is at 992. The ARRR, for whatever reason, thinks it's 999. So we're making a t-shirt for this storm. We do have a new t-shirt. Funny enough. We do have a Drunk Hurricane t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. Just released yesterday. Or it's called the Drunkicane. A flying trampoline, you got a beer, you got everything. Check it out on shopmaxvelocity.net. I kind of actually forgot about that. I don't usually remember to talk about that stuff. The link to purchase is in the description. We only have a shirt right now. We have a few different colors too, but we don't have any other stuff for it. It'll only probably be out for like a week. Might leave it out for longer, we'll see. But it'll be like a short-term thing unless we get another drunk hurricane. Thomas, there's 8,800 people in this chat. I cannot read every message. It's literally impossible. Just because I can't read your message doesn't... Like, I like, literally, I try to read stuff, but there's too much stuff happening. I need Dire for the 199. Gulf waters are 85 degrees, definitely gonna be a Cat 2. I mean, that doesn't really matter that much. It matters more about synoptically, like, dry air and wind shear and all that. That matters more than the water temperature being, 85 versus 90 or whatever. I mean, these water temperatures have been ready for hurricane activity for, like, months now. So, has more to do with that stuff. And once it overcomes dry air, being able to, have the low and mid levels aligned, like, if that is able to happen here over the next few hours, we could see rapid intensification. How about a shirt? I survived a Category 6. I'm not doing that. We're not going off the TikTok trend. Hey, Jacob, for the super chat. You need a Diet Coke? I haven't had Diet Coke in 4 days. No soda for 4 days. After having a 5-month run of only drinking, or not only drinking Diet Coke, but basically drinking a lot of Diet Coke. We've gone on a diet. No soda. Hopefully for the entire month. Do you think this will affect North Georgia? I don't think so, but if the track, for whatever reason, does kind of change a bit and it goes more to the north and northwest, you might get more rain, but even then, I don't think it'll be too concerning up there. Meanwhile, you still have a Diet Coke stash in your fridge. My friend knows I still have a stash of Diet Coke in my fridge. It's actually not in my fridge. I have a 2-liter and like a fan mail pack of like mini Diet Cokes that are like on my table, but they're not in the fridge. I'm not going to be tempted. Don't worry. I will not be tempted. Thank you, Ann, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Does that mean you're not getting Culver's or Wawa? I can still get those without getting soda. Thank you, Cassie, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It's for emergencies, I guess so. Thoughts on the Carolinas? Go back to the beginning of the stream. I talked all about it. Either that or watch my video today. I talked more about the Carolinas and stuff there. I'm not going to talk too much about it in this coverage because, like, that's still like a day or two out, and I want to focus more on what's happening in Florida. And if anything, for whatever reason, happens in southern Georgia and whatnot tonight, we'll obviously talk about that. But I'm not going to talk too much about the Carolinas today. Aside from the stream that we had, like, at the beginning, we did a full forecast, so if you have any questions, I highly recommend just watching the first, like, 15 minutes of today's stream, or watch my video today. My video today also goes over a lot of what we talked about, just a bit more condensed. A little bit more condensed. Went to Kroger today for groceries, and it was packed and unstocked. I live in central Georgia. That is honestly not surprising. The toilet paper panic is on. Speaking of the toilet paper panic, the toilet paper meter today is at an extreme risk. You might not be able to get toilet paper at the markets today. Sorry to tell you. This is probably the stupidest graphic I've ever made, but I just, wanted to show it anyways. I put like an hour of time into making this, and we barely ever use it, but we do use it sometimes. The toilet paper meter. We have a flying trampoline meter. We have a toilet paper meter. I mean, it goes crazy. I'm gonna post that on Twitter, actually. I kind of forgot I had it. I didn't realize I still have this graphic. I'll do high risk for toilet paper not being available. All right, it is posted on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Highly recommend you at least like it and retweet. So you see how many people see the stupid graphic I made. Guessing 80 miles west of Clearwater. Let's measure it. About 70-ish miles. I would say, though, I think the center is still a bit further west. It's probably about 75-ish miles away from Clearwater. I still think the low-level center, mid-level center are a little bit, off of each other. So I'd say it's kind of like right about like there. Hey, Real, for the $2 super chat. It looks well structured for a tropical storm. I do think this is a Category 1 hurricane right now, but we don't have any data to back it up yet. I do think that this is officially, or not officially, but I think it is a hurricane. I actually did a math equation when I was in college about doing that to a hurricane, and it doesn't help anything. Like, literally would just make the hurricane probably stronger. So, yeah, it wouldn't, I mean, all that latent heat release and stuff would literally just completely make that whatever tropical storm or hurricane just, get stronger. Real quickly go to Connor Croft. We're gonna go back a second.
Nah. Run Alligator Point.
Legend.
Yeah, Alligator Point.
Alligator Point. Sorry, I didn't.
Now Reed Timmer.
Here's Reed right here. So.
There's the
I don't
man.
even know where they are. They're Perry, Florida.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
I was just messaging Reed Timmer. We might actually get lunch or dinner one of these
You're
days.
streaming?
That he's
I had no
here in
idea.
Florida,
Right
so
now?
we'll see.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
They are out there waiting.
Like the safe play.
We might do the same,
Yeah.
actually.
Near Perry, Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Just I dialed
Yeah.
a 2.0, so.
Yeah.
Reed Swimmer.
Anyway, good seeing you guys.
reunion tour? I don't know if it'd be much of a reunion, to be honest.
Anyway, so yeah, we probably should get off of this thing.
Alright. I'm pretty sure I know for a fact me and Connor are gonna meet up at some point, but who knows? I literally just met up with him like 2.5 weeks ago or whatever it was for vacation. I think Doppler radar indicated that you're eating cheese curds. I have not had cheese curds in a week, and I'm kind of sad. I miss eating cheese curds. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner tonight, but I don't think it'll be cheese curds, unfortunately. I know, it's very sad, but I'm in a tough pickle. Can't really eat cheese curds until this thing's done. You know how Tifton, Georgia will be? Ask Jacob with the $4.99. I'll check it out real quick. We're not really talking about much right now. Probably going to be mostly rain and just tropical storm force winds. There won't be much else besides that, though, is if the eye goes in like this direction, or even if it goes closer to you, it's probably just going to be mostly wind and heavy rain. That could lead to some flooding. Some localized flooding will be possible tomorrow. Max is capping? I'm not capping. I'm actually not. I haven't had cheese curds in like a week or two. I think the last time I had cheese curds was when Connor was here, which that was literally over 2 weeks ago. I could be wrong. I might have had it more recently, though. I feel like I have, but it was definitely over a week ago. You have several couplets of rotation right now near Palm Bay. So again, we could see a tornado threat evolve here on the east coast of Florida up and down I-95. This is the band of storms that we're talking about. Mostly a wind threat right now, just gusty winds, but we could see an isolated tornado or two over the next hour. So we'll see what happens. The tornado risk overall will probably increase overnight tonight in central Florida and western Florida. But that'll probably be later tonight into tomorrow morning. Just asked my boss to call out for tomorrow, got denied. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not your boss. Thank you, Fun, for the $5 super chat. It'll probably be the worst like later in the week. Again, specific details on how much rain you see and stuff still very uncertain in North Carolina. It depends on the track. But you definitely could see upwards of a foot of rain if this does stay on track to go up the coast. If it goes back this way, you're probably not going to see much. Thank you, Earl, for the $10 super chat. I bet. I think COVID's what started all that. This is the whole toilet paper cleanup aisle 2 sort of thing, I think. Or blizzards or whatever it might have been. Go back and see what these live cameras look like. And these are the Radar Omega Mesovorts. These are available for subscribers in the app. You can download the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Again, you got several live cameras. This is the 180 camera that they have on the app. Again, this is right where there will be storm surge early tomorrow morning. Should be very interesting when you wake up. We also got another one back up near where Connor is, near Keaton Beach, Florida. This is what it currently looks like in Keaton Beach. Got a couple birds. Bird intercept happening live. Or seagulls. I think those are seagulls. Like a whole family of them. This will all be rising up closer to these cars by tomorrow morning. Back over in Horseshoe Bay as well, we got another Project Mesovort on Radar Omega. This is another area that is going to be very prone to flooding and storm surge, and we'll see this really in action probably tomorrow morning. We might see some of it tonight, we'll see. But I think tomorrow morning will be when we see more of the storm surge. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot tonight, but the water's already pretty high. I'm pretty sure we're around high tide or just going out now to low tide because the water's kind of going in this direction. So we might actually be going down to low tide right now, but this water's probably not going to drop much, purely due to how much storm surge we are expecting. Now, the last camera is all the way back down in Cedar Key, Florida. That's what it looks like right now. Very choppy waters in Cedar Key. Hopefully all these cameras do stay up and running when we go live tomorrow morning. No guarantee on that. Just kind of depends on if the water basically gets too high. So, but this is a good indication of what is happening now and what we're going to see tomorrow. Like, this is a very good indication of, like, what's right now out there. Like, what does the water look like? What are we going to be looking at comparatively to tomorrow morning? Well, I can almost guarantee you're probably not going to see people over here or, cars on that road over there in Cedar Key tomorrow morning. These people are all probably just watching right now, and they'll probably get out of there here pretty soon, but this is like the calm before the storm, basically. And you're probably not going to see that bench tomorrow morning. I'd be surprised. So when we look at this camera again, when we go live tomorrow, it's probably going to be a completely different look there in the Cedar Key area. Thank you, Jason, for the $5 super chat. It might go to Virginia. We'll see. Not guaranteed, though. I think it will, but it could still go back inland. Thank you, Cassie, for the $4.99. Is Tampa Bay getting crazy? Tampa Bay is probably peaking for storm surge right now. They're probably close to the peak. We got that offshore flow all going into the bay right now. And then all the offshore flow going to Cape Coral, it's beginning to dwindle. So the live camera bottom right of your screen, actually a lot of improvement. I'm going to show you guys a full screen though view of that. That's the Cape Weather Pine Island camera. And this is what it looks like right now in real time. And you actually got a person walking on the beach now. Before, this was completely flooded over. This is not even... not the entire pier, but at least the front side of the pier was completely flooded. I mean, we could go back like 6 hours ago. This is what it looked like 6 hours ago. Oh, that's actually not a good indication. Let's go 3 hours ago. There you go. 3 hours ago. So pretty flooded over. The beach was pretty much flooded over too. You can see the palm tree on the very far left of your screen. That was flooded over a little bit. I would say, I'm not sure what the storm surge number is here. I don't know what the measurement is, but I'm guessing it was probably around like 2, maybe 3 feet. Looks pretty reminiscent of that, but we got somebody walking out on the pier now, so... Thank you, Felicia, for the $5 super chat. I do think the eye is a little bit further.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I do think the eye is a little bit further to the east now than before. This eye right here, I still think it's a little bit further east. It's been jogging quite a bit to the east. So there's a possibility that this does, it's not really moving very fast to the east, but there's a possibility that this does make a more easterly landfall. Possibly back up near like Jenna or something like that. Do have a tornado warning east of Gainesville, Florida. Low-topped supercell just east of Gainesville, north of the Hawthorne area. Little tightening. It's a little bit weaker on the latest scan. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but we could see a quick little tornado out of this as it moves west, northwest, and northwest. Going towards Waldo. Where's Waldo? Well, Waldo's in Florida. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. You still have rotation on the east coast of Florida, too. But not really seeing a whole lot. It's pretty broad up and down this entire area between Bithlow and just south of Cape Canaveral. Nothing crazy there right now. Also, all the other storms here up and down the I-95 stretch don't look that concerning to me. At least for now. The greatest tornado threat will come out of this activity, probably. But that'll be later tonight. We'll probably get a couple more bands that kind of shoot in here to Florida. Those will be more concerning for that tornado threat. All right. Thank you, Kylie, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ellen, for the $4.99. Thank you, Earl, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Cassie, for the $1.99. Thank you, Jason, for the $5 super chat. I think I got all these. Yeah, all right. I got all of them. Cool. I thought I missed a few. Queso danced. That's great. Made an earthquake. Made an earthquake happen. How's it going, Corey? Welcome back. Will this be a Cat 1 top end or a Cat 3? Well, I don't think it's going to be a Cat 3. It would take a lot for it to be a Cat 3, but I do think a Cat 2 is in play. If it takes more of a track into this part of Florida, I do think a Cat 3 is very well in play, or Cat 2 is very well in play, south of Tallahassee. But otherwise, I think this will just be a strong Category 1 upon landfall. Again, it depends on if this eye wall does close fully. It's been trying. It's not fully closed still. And it also depends on if the mid and low levels can really become, aligned, which we haven't seen yet. So we'll kind of wait and see what happens. We do have, again, aircraft going into this here pretty soon. So we should have some data that hopefully gives us an indication of if this is a hurricane now or if it's still a tropical storm. I think it's a hurricane, based off of just from what I've seen in the past. But the latest aircraft has taken off. It is currently just taken off. It's about to go into the Gulf here in a moment. So we'll be tracking this closely. You can also watch the plane tracking on Radar Omega. Let me pull that up. All right, here's the latest mission. I think. Maybe this is a different one. Yeah, we'll just wait for it to pop up. So, unless it's a different one. I don't know. We'll just wait for it to pop up. It's not even in the storm yet, but we'll have that tracker on here soon. What's the wind speed? Last wind speed measured was 65 miles per hour. Again, I think it's probably at 75 now. I do think it's a Cat 1. Just based off fruition. Based off of common knowledge that or not really common knowledge, but just knowledge in general, I do think this is a Cat 1. Just from the intensification that we've seen between now and 6 hours ago from the latest wind speed measurement. Yeah, the latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft has taken off, so we'll just wait and see what happens with that. But obviously, the worst of the wind's probably going to be right in here. It looks like the eye is, again, it looks like the eye is trying to clear out, like, right here. But we'll see. Car on the beach? Oh, was there at the bottom right? I wasn't even looking. It's very common in Florida. People always drive onto beaches. "30 inches of rain is possible in Tampa." Tampa? That's definitely not true. Well, at least it's not my forecast. I don't think we're going to see 30 inches of rain in Tampa. We could see upwards of like a foot. But that's still on the higher side of things. Why is it dry on the west side? Because we have dry air. Pretty simple explanation. We just have a lot of dry air there on the west side. Another another hot tower developing here on the north side of where we think the eye is, as of literally the latest infrared imagery scan. Still trying to wrap and form an eye, like an eye wall. Still trying. It's definitely organizing though. Again, I think this is the most organized we've seen Debby. Like, it's definitely organizing. Very well could be a Cat 1 as we speak. We just, again, don't know. We won't know until probably, I don't know. We'll probably know here in the next, like, hour. Because if the Hurricane Hunters are going in there now, we'll probably have an update from them here soon. Shouldn't take too long for them to get here. Alright. Where's Connor? Connor is currently in Perry, Florida, or in that general area. I think he's actually a bit further south of Perry. I don't think his location's updated. He's near Keaton Beach. You can also watch him on the tracker on the Radar Omega app. That's where he's at right now. And this is the explosion of cumulus that is almost definitely an organizing storm here just to the west of Tampa. And this will likely eventually be a Category 1 hurricane and could make landfall again as a Cat 2 in the Big Bend tonight. But I do think in this next update at 8 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center, we should at least have some sort of more definitive information on if this is a hurricane or not. So we'll have to wait and see. Yes, the Hurricane Hunter is up. They're not in the storm. It'll take a little bit, but they'll be in the storm here pretty soon. Probably, I don't think it's going to take that long. I mean, they literally are flying out of, like, you know, Florida. It shouldn't take that long. We do have a new hurricane model coming out. This is the HMNON model. Not one I really favor with a whole lot, but we'll see what it looks like. It's just coming out now, and on the latest update, still shows it going mostly northbound towards the Big Bend. It's at like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock tonight. But we'll have to wait for the whole thing to come up. That's only 9 hours in. By the way, I don't know if you're watching, Chris, but I'll try to get back to you later. I'm not sure if you're watching right now. Wind speed bad in Hollywood, Florida. I mean, it might be from the storm, like the line of storms that or kind of like cluster of storms that we've had developing over the last hour. But I don't think it's anything that concerning, other than like a very low tornado risk out of the storms near Cape Canaveral. Should be predominantly just gusty winds. Maximum winds at this time are 65 miles per hour, but granted, that is from like an observation almost 5 hours ago. So it could be higher now. Still have a tornado warning east of Gainesville, southwest of Keystone Heights. Still broad circulation. I don't see anything super concerning here. No CC drop, nothing like that. Moving northwest eventually towards Brooker. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that warning. Here's that water spout report, by the way. Public reported a screen capture of a webcam showing a water spout off the Treasure Island coast. That was just west of St. Petersburg, a little over, or about an hour ago. About 45 minutes ago. We even have maybe another water spout right here. West of Bradenton Beach. Possibly a little water spout there. That might become a concern as that goes towards the same, basically, area near Largo and Clearwater. So I'll have to watch that closely. Is there a tornado in Port St. Lucie, Florida? Kind of doubt it. I'll look at the velocities, though. Yeah, there's like a little bit of spin, but I don't see anything like that enticing. We are also in between several radar sites, so we don't have like a great view of it. I kind of doubt it. I don't see anything really there. Probably just wind, maybe a little bit of like low-level spin. It doesn't look like a full-blown tornado though there. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's the red button down below. Like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. You know, we'll continue to have Tropical Storm Debby coverage both tonight and tomorrow for Landfall. We will probably be live on this channel by 8 o'clock tomorrow, but I'm going to have to watch the models tonight and see when they're making Landfall, because I'm going to try to go live like 2 or 3 hours before Landfall. Hopefully I get enough sleep, but we'll kind of wait and see what happens. But again, we'll be live tonight at least until 8:30, I think. Which is Eastern time. The HRRR model's showing Landfall like at lunchtime. So if it makes Landfall at 12, that'd be so favorable. I could get actually probably normal sleep tonight if that happens. Tornado risk in Orlando. In Disney World, I'd say it's a pretty low risk. I mean, tomorrow will be a higher risk, I think. At least overnight, tonight into tomorrow morning will be a higher risk in this area. But I think overall that tornado threat is, again, it's going to be pretty localized. They're quick tornadoes, so even if there were 5 tornadoes, like, they could literally be like this. Like, they could be literally anywhere, and they might not even be close to Orlando. They could be very small. So there could be several tornadoes between now and tomorrow, but again, a lot of them are just quick movers. EF0 to EF2 range is pretty typical for tropical storms and hurricanes. But tomorrow should have a more elevated tornado risk, I think, for Central Florida. That'll predominantly be during the morning hours and into the early afternoon. Let's see where this Hurricane Hunter aircraft is at right now. Alright, this is the latest on the Tropical Tidbits website for where the NOAA-2 aircraft is coming out of, I believe, Clearwater, Florida. I think that's where it is. Just east of Tampa. So again, it's going to be moving into the storm here pretty soon. We should have data really within the next like 40 minutes of this going in. So we also have another flight en route that is coming out of Louisiana. So a couple of different aircraft going into this. Let's see if it's on here yet. Tornado warning, by the way, was just canceled east of Gainesville, Florida. So no longer tornado warned. All right, we now have the aircraft on here, so you might see this sometimes, but this is the aircraft. It came out of Lakeland, Florida. So this is the flight right here. It's going to be diving down towards the eye, going southwest. So we should have some more data here within the next 30 minutes. Maybe sooner. I kind of doubt it, but should be about 30 to 45 minutes. Because the aircraft right now, from where the approximate eye is, it's about 75, 80 miles away. Assuming a speed of over 250, it's probably going to be there in the next, like, 20 minutes. So, should be pretty soon when we get some new info. Alright. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering some. Let me see here. Apparently, Reed Timmer is intercepting crabs in Cedar Key, Florida. I'll see if anybody has a view of anything. We'll stay on that camera for now. Hey, Michael, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Andy Hill is probably one of the smartest people I know. Like, low-key. He's extremely smart. It's my favorite color, blue. Very off topic, but... yeah, water spout's basically just a tornado over water. Simplistic terms-wise. Or simplistically. High-key, low-key? High-key, low-key. Low-key. Definitely low-key. Or maybe high-key, I don't know. I never say high-key, I always say low-key. Tampa's been relatively calm today. I think it just depends on where you are, because, I mean, like, if you're west of Tampa, it's been very active. Probably a lot of rain. There is a flash flood warning, in effect. We also had that water spout that came ashore, according to reports. But in particular, Tampa hasn't really seen much. Just been mostly rain, it looks like. Maybe some gusty winds. Christopher, Jacksonville, Florida. It's probably just going to be mostly rain, to be honest. A low tornado risk tomorrow, but mostly rain. Usually you see the velocities kind of cranking up near the eye. Not really seeing that right now. The velocities measured northwest of Tampa, they're around 70 to 75 miles per hour. I remember with Barrel, they were upwards of like 100 at times. And the actual wind speeds were 80, so... not really a great representation of wind, but doesn't really show much near the eye right now. Is it going more east? I think it is. We're going to see what the next update shows, but I think it'll probably correct itself and go back, like, north. Like, even though it has a little bit of a jog to the east, I think it'll continue more of a northerly path. So, that's what I think. But again, it could change. It definitely could change. A toasted noodle for the $4.99. I'm still in college, so I'm not going to say where I go for privacy reasons. Thank you, Trav, for the $19.99. I just answered Jacksonville. Again, pretty much just flooding rains. That should be the main concern. Appreciate the generosity. Maybe a low tornado risk tomorrow. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Should be mostly just rain again, flooding rains, some gusty winds, and then maybe an isolated tornado. Again, it's a relatively simple forecast for like Central and East Florida. What becomes a lot more complicated again, and what will probably be the most significant, is going to be this area. Like, it's mostly going to be this part of Florida, and as well as Georgia and South Carolina, for the extensive flooding threat that could be catastrophic to Georgia and South Carolina. And then in addition to that, we could see tropical storm force winds in several areas. Florida for the 499. Is Connor stuck on a buoy? I don't think so. Quickly go to Connor
Thank you for
Croft.
the $3.86 Venmo.
And Connor is with Freddie McKinney. They are dual chasing.
Okay, let me get my chat back up. I'm like tripping out. This is my first time using like my phone.
Just driving around right now. They're going beach to beach basically right now.
It's like more fluid.
We got Brandon Kopic as well. Again, Brandon is on the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. He is also on YouTube. He's also driving, repositioning. I think he's driving south right now. Connor will be stuck soon enough. Oh man, you guys don't have positive vibes at all for Connor today. I don't blame you though, honestly, I said the same thing. This is Corey Gherkin, who is right behind Brandon Kopic. And I think that's it. Right, we got those 4 full screen for the time being. We also got Tyler Kurtz, bottom right of your screen. He's just sitting there at the water right now. We're gonna meet up with any chasers. Reed Timmer, possibly, and then Connor Croft, probably. I don't know when, though. Thank you, Eric, for the 499. And also possibly Freddie McKinney. It depends on what happens with... it literally just depends on what happens here with Debby. It will change a lot of what happens for these plans. They're very tentative. Every plan I have basically is tentative. Thank you, Michael, for the 999. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't watched that movie in a while. It's been like, it feels like a decade since I watched that movie. Yeah, data is being picked up right now by the Hurricane Hunters. Again, this is the plane that we are watching. It's moving into the eye here pretty soon. So we'll just kind of wait and see what happens there. See what data we get. It is not a hurricane currently. No, it's still a tropical storm. Apparently power is out in Clearwater, according to somebody in chat. Scott, near the end of the month. It's coming in pretty quick. I'm not excited at all. Is the storm expected to intensify? It is. Yeah, again, this is supposed to become at least a Category 1, if not even a low-end Cat 2 on landfall by tomorrow morning. So this will intensify more than likely. We don't think it's going to weaken. We think it will intensify. We'll have to kind of wait and see, though. Again, the data that the Hurricane Hunters get here in the next 30 minutes or so is going to be pretty important to see where it's at now and what it could be in the future. It's a big deal. A big deal. Oh, you mean Twisters? I thought you were talking about the other movie. The one they made, like, forever ago. It's called Twisters, not Tornadoes. But I know what you mean. Yeah, we might. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't watched that one yet, though. I was going to watch it I was going to watch it literally probably today or yesterday. And didn't happen. Because of Debby. Debby ruined those plans. I'm not like a big movie person, so I kind of wait on watching movies. I got you, Michael. Yeah. Maybe, though. Maybe. We'll see. $80-mile-per-hour wind sustained in the center. Is that what the aircraft data is showing? See that quite yet. I do see 55 knot wind barbs. The highest that I'm seeing right now at flight level winds. That's so far. Again, they're going into the center, so the updates every few minutes. Let's go to Go to infrared imagery here. It's down here. I mentioned this a moment ago, but we do have a big hot tower developing right in the center of this. Like a huge tower. Developing right in the center of this thing. Interesting to see how that all works out. Storm's definitely intensifying, I think. Or it's at least trying to intensify. My favorite map overlay. I like looking at the infrared imagery. It's honestly my favorite thing to look at. That would be my favorite thing. Listening to Brandon Kopic right now. I don't even know what he's saying. They're having too much fun. They're talking about if you feel it with Doritos, apparently. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Alright, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to fix something. It'll be stalling over. Will it be stalling over the Carolinas? That's what I'm expecting. Yeah, unless there's some change last second, this will probably just stall right over the Carolinas and dump tons of rain. Again, it's more than likely going to be a catastrophic threat. Like, this is not going to be a small little event. It'll be a pretty big deal, in my opinion. Should be probably a catastrophic threat. We could, again, see upwards of 15 to 25 inches of rain. Could even see 30 inches of rain in some spots. It's very possible. Alright, new airplane data should update here in a second. This is a very interesting development. I mean, we got like a huge tower just developing right near the center of this. It's very interesting. See what this looks like here in the next infrared imagery scan. For the record, these scans do come in every 10 minutes. They update probably about 4 minutes after they come in. So we should have another update on the infrared in like a minute or two. See what it looks like. Probably just a big convective tower developing in the middle, though. Another sign that there's going to be some intensification here. Another sign. A possible tornado near Pinellas Park. Let me check. There's a little bit of rain wrap circulation northwest of Pinellas Park. It's not enough, I don't think, for a tornado warning, but there is definitely a little bit of spin. Yeah, you can see it here too. It's another situation that looks like what we had like an hour ago. Like, it kind of looks the same. It's east of Largo. A little bit of broad circulation. Nothing crazy. Just north of Cross Bayou. Going towards Kings Manor. I don't think it's enough to really, have a tornado warning, but there is a little bit of spin. But we do have to continue to watch those off-band, storms pretty closely, because those are the ones that'll produce more of a tornado threat. With that said, we do have a few kinks right now near Titusville. Again, a couple little areas of rotation. We've been kind of watching this area. It hasn't been enough to issue a warning on anything, but we've had a little bit of rotation with these bands that have been moving through East Florida, between Deltona and Cape Canaveral. The storms that are back near Palm Bay, it's mostly just wind, so nothing really too concerning, but we are going to continue to watch that stuff closely in case we do get some sort of tornado threat. Thank you, Mister, for the $2 super chat for one of your lost golf balls. Me and Connor combined probably lost about 20 golf balls on that golf stream. It was crazy. Thank you, Florida Gal, for the $4.99. Thank you, Eric, for the $4.99. Panacea, Florida. Where is that? Probably just mostly storm surge and then hurricane force winds would be my main concerns. You won't have as much of a flooding concern as areas to your east will, but you will have a potential for some localized flooding in that part of Florida. This is where I'm talking about, just south of Tallahassee. Any basements in Florida? I don't think so. I'm not sure if a basement would be a big help in this case, to be honest. Because unless there's a tornado, it's different. But, like, if we're talking about flooding, that's not where you want to be. Unfortunately, there have been situations where there are tornado warnings and there are also major flood events happening at the same time. And that's like kind of worst case scenario. The amount of options you have are very limited. Either you stay above ground or go below ground, which you really can't go below ground if it's already flooded. And speaking of shelters and going below ground, today's stream is also now brought to you by ESP Shelter. You can get a storm shelter for your house here in the state of Florida or anywhere else that will protect you from tornadoes. These are very well crafted. They are made in America. They can help you you and your family stay safe from your next potential encounter with a tornado with lots of great technology. They do withhold very strong tornadoes like EF5 tornadoes. They have been tested for those types of tornadoes, so make sure that you check it out at espshelter.com. Is the second top link in the description below. Definitely recommend getting a storm shelter. It might not help if there is a major flood event happening, but it will definitely help if there's a, tornado. And they are also above ground shelters, so you're not going underground for, if you get one of them, you're not going to go below ground. You'll be above ground. They're also pretty cheap to install since it is above ground and you don't have to dig up a hole. So definitely helpful, especially in Florida. Never seen a basement in Florida? I haven't either. I've never seen a basement in Florida either. They're not... I mean, the only basement that I know of in Florida is probably Disney World, where they have, like, the underground tunnels. That's, like, all I would think of. Need Pamela for the $4.99 super chat. Tag me in something on Twitter. Okay. I will look. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter. At MaxVelocityWX. Apparently, the chat summary here on YouTube thinks that we are talking about Ian. Hurricane Ian. I don't think so. Hurricane Ian is like 2 years ago. Chat summary is apparently talking about Ian. I don't know about that one. So wait, why are we live? Isn't this going to be a 24/7 thing for the foreseeable future? Well, I mean, we're live for an update, and we usually do this before hurricanes, so this is not, like, uncommon on my channel. I do this all the time. This is coverage before it makes landfall, and then we'll have actual landfall coverage tomorrow morning, as long as I wake up and all that. Which I'm gonna see what the model showed tonight. Bearing a major change, like, I'm hoping that, this makes landfall, like, near lunchtime, so that I can, actually have some time to wake up and stuff. But if it's closer to like 8 a.m., I can't make a full-blown guarantee I'll be up. I'm probably going to go to sleep tonight at like 11-ish. Maybe sooner than that, and then we'll go from there. And hopefully get up at like 7 or something. So is it Category 1? We're waiting for aircraft data. There's an airplane flying into it right now. We're waiting to see what that data shows. I haven't seen anything definitive yet that this is going to be upgraded yet. Yeah, we got hurricane hunters flying around this right now. Flight level winds were measured a little bit further to the north at about 53 knots and about 57 knots, which would be around 60 to 65 miles per hour. But again, it's probably going to do several different, paths, right? So it's going to kind of go this way. It'll probably do a U-turn, go that way, that sort of thing. So we'll get more data here over the next 30 minutes. But we do have our next National Hurricane Center update at 8 o'clock, which is in 50 minutes. So we will see if this is officially a hurricane or not. Is it planning to stall over land? It is. Yeah, it'll probably stall once it gets into the southeast Georgia area or even into South Carolina. That's the thinking on when this will stall. Again, we'll be live again for this tomorrow for Landfall, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon also so you're notified when we go live. I don't know when we're going live tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know, I don't even know if I'm gonna schedule a stream tonight or I'll just wait till tomorrow morning. I might just schedule a stream or something and then, make the time different if we have to go live, sooner. So Just make sure you click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live, because it literally could change at any time. Like, we might be live at 7, we might be live at 12. Like, it just depends on how fast this thing moves. I'm not going to try to be live super early, though, unless we have to. Because I do not run well off of limited sleep. Let the storm decide it for you. I kind of wish it had, made a decision, but the problem is it's slowing down. It's not like going a constant speed or anything. So, if it was going the same speed, it would be way easier to know, where it's going and when it'll make landfall. I gotta tell you, though, like, this has really moved east of where the cone is. By the looks of it. Just looking at reflectivity, it looks like it's really moved to the east quite a bit. Any goose for the 3 months? Some of the others that thrive on panic and misinformation are saying that this will be a high-end Category 3 hurricane. Now, to be honest, I don't know where in the world people are getting that from. I'm guessing it's TikTok. TikTok's the place to be if you want some little misinformation. There are a couple of pockets of rotation. B. Smith just pointed this out. We still have a couple pockets of rotation that are not warned right now west of Waldo. They've been kind of trying to come together. We also have a rotation here near Lake City. It's a low-top supercell. That actually might even be on the ground. A little tightening there. We got 3 different pockets of rotation. One east of Lake City, one southeast of Brooker, another one west of Brooker. Several pockets of rotation. None of them warned right now. Honestly, if any of these were warned, I would think that one should be warned. Back over east of, or just east of Lake City. Not seeing any Category 3 claims anywhere by real meteorologists. Yeah, because, we're not expecting it to be a Category 3. I don't think anybody is other than probably TikTok or something. That rotation just broadened on the latest scan. Stay zoomed out for the time being. TikTok is probably calling it to be a Category 6. They might be. Those people might be there on TikTok. Okay. fixing audio. I have audio on a different monitor. I have to fix it. It's too loud. Okay. Any impact to Virginia this week? Again, it's going to depend on what happens after tomorrow. If it goes up the coast, there will almost definitely be impacts. There'll be more wind-related and flooding-related. If it, for whatever reason, decides we're not going up there, we're going to turn back to the west, which is a possibility, then you wouldn't really see anything. So, it's going to depend on what happens. And we got a high-pressure system. That's the Bermuda High back over here to the east. We got a high-pressure system in the southern United States, basically canceling out the steering as we go into the middle and even beginning of this week, which is going to basically have this stall out, unless the jet stream can catch it, or unless it goes back to the west or something like that with the other high-pressure system. Still a lot of uncertainty there, but we do think that there will be some stalling by Monday afternoon and evening, and then after that, it's a wild card, but I think it'll probably go towards Virginia. How's it going, Quentin? Apparently, they do have a 60-knot measurement on this now. So we're possibly up near a Category 1 hurricane. 60 knots is nearly 70 miles per hour. So that's apparently. I haven't seen that yet. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Isolated tornado threat will continue with Tropical Storm Debby. A new tornado watch will be issued for basically the same area that's been under one. The tornado watch is going to go until 8 o'clock, like the current one, and then the next one will probably go until like 5 or 6 a.m. or something. It'll probably be a long tornado watch, is my guess. And then they'll probably issue another one for tomorrow, like, you know, late morning into the afternoon. So there will be several tornado watches in effect. Watching the shift way east. Even though it's shifted, it could still take a pretty similar path to the north like this. Like, it could still make landfall near Perry. I wouldn't rule out that it's just wobbling a little bit and it goes back to the north, because it looks like the east wobbles it's had are kind of correcting now. It's not super clear, but I think that's what's happening. Because originally it was going more to the northeast. Now it's going more north by the looks of it. Feel sorry for the vacationers in Florida? I have to agree. Yeah, there's a lot of vacationers in Florida. None of them are happy about this, I can tell you that. Unless, you know, you're a storm chaser or whatever. Maybe you just got lucky. Alright, we only got about an hour or so until sunset, so we're going to try to give maybe a little bit over an hour. We're going to give a couple views here of the cameras on Radar Omega. These are the Project Mesovort cameras. They have 4 of them in the Big Bend of Florida. These will all be able to show you the storm surge, the high winds, you know, tonight and tomorrow morning. I highly recommend you check them out. If you're a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you can have access to these. This is one of the 4. I'll show you all 4 here in a second. But right now, it's just choppy waters. It's on the Cedar Key camera. We also got Horseshoe Beach, which is a little bit further north. Again, we're going back down to low tide right now, and so we're actually seeing some of the sand popping back out again. But we are going to likely see this entire area flooded out by tomorrow morning with the storm surge. And again, storm surge is forecasted to be upwards of 10 feet. So it could be relatively significant. This is an interactive camera that they have. This is a 180 camera. Kind of move it around and look at the water. Got a couple water droplets on the camera, but those should kind of just evaporate or fall off the camera over time. And Keaton Beach is the other one. This is what it looks like in Keaton Beach right now. Again, nothing there right now, but we'll see more tomorrow morning. Potentially even late tonight. There won't be a whole lot of lighting, I don't think, tonight. I could be wrong. We'll have to wait and see, basically, if there's a lot of lighting on those cameras. The lighting would basically just come from, like, street lights and stuff. So we'll kind of wait and see. But these are all 4 cameras. If you are a subscriber in the app, you can check it out on the Radar Omega app. And again, if you want to download the app, it is the top link in the description below. On iOS and Android to stay ahead of Tropical Storm Debby, which again could become a hurricane as early as 40 minutes from now. Keyword is could. Will it? We'll find out in 40 minutes, because again, we don't really know unless the National Hurricane Center gives it an official word, or if we can just determine it from flight data, which so far it's not determined by flight data. The highest maximum flight wind speeds are like 60 knots, which are not Category 1 yet. Alright, let's see if the HWRF model's coming in yet. It is. How far are we in? Yay! Alright, it came in. Alright, let's check out the hurricane models. I've been waiting for this forever, and they are pretty far behind still. But we do have the latest HWRF model, which is a more important model for this, because hurricane models do usually have a better grasp of what's going to happen. It doesn't go all the way through to the Carolinas yet, because it's still not full. It's only 30 hours into the run, but we at least have some data. So this is what it's showing as of 5 o'clock, which was 2 hours ago. Again, nothing crazy, really, just pretty much what it looks like now. It actually shows it kind of jogging. You can kind of see it jog still. It actually represents that jog just a little bit to the east tonight. So this is 11 o'clock. It still shows kind of that jog almost to the east. And then overnight, it kind of corrects itself and moves north towards the Big Bend of Florida, which I still think landfall will probably be up near Perry. I don't think it's going to really shift that far to the east. If it did, I'd be kind of surprised. It's not impossible, but I think it'll correct itself and go north again. Right now, the HWRF model has landfall at 8 a.m. That's unfortunate, because hopefully that is, hopefully that changes, because that is really early in the day. And then after that, it goes inland and kind of moves into Georgia with mostly a flooding threat. This will be by Tuesday morning at 2 a.m., so just a lot of rain in Georgia. But this model in particular has been a consistent model that kind of brings it up into Georgia and it kind of turns back to the southwest. So just kind of keep that in mind, like the European model, the GFS model, which are deterministic models, they bring it more into the Gulf, or back more into the Atlantic, I should say, and then eventually kind of crash into the Carolinas somewhere, like either South Carolina or North Carolina. But the HWRF brings it more of a U-turn. If it does U-turn again, it might bring more rain to like the Gulf Coast, but it probably wouldn't re-strengthen much unless it really went right back into the Gulf, which I kind of doubt. So this is the HMON model as well. Let's do Debby. So this one has it making landfall right around 8 a.m. as well, and then it moves inland, and then it moves up into South Carolina. It actually then backtracks back into the Atlantic Ocean after that. But this is a much weaker system into the Carolinas by Tuesday. So another model. Again, these are all just models. Usually the HWRF has it pretty solidified, and it's usually pretty correct. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure about it, though, right now. I kind of like the HRRR model just purely from a timing perspective. Maybe I'm biased because I like a more, daytime type landfall instead of like 8 a.m. But the pressure on the HWRF has it at 975 millibars, which would be a stronger sided Category 1 hurricane. So that right there is a little bit more interesting. And then it weakens as it moves inland. But it kind of factors in perhaps some rapid intensification. Granted, it starts out at 980 millibars at 5 p.m., which, from what we know, the pressure is not even that low. It's at 992, but that was at the 2 p.m. reading. I'm not sure if the pressure has been updated yet. Let me check. The lowest pressure they've measured so far is, I think, 995, but I don't think that's accurate. So I don't think they've really flown through the eye or anything like that yet. Yeah, so there's not really any solidified data yet on this about pressure and stuff. But I don't think the pressure is that low. Like, I don't think it's 980 right now. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure if the HWRF knows or not. I don't know. I'm not really confident about the HWRF. I haven't really been this entire time. I kind of like the HRRR when it comes to just the track and landfall timing and stuff, but again, it could definitely be a little bit different. The HRRR is not a model for hurricanes usually, but it does usually have a good grasp of at least track and stuff like that. But even then, it's still not perfect. $875 is a Category 7. Did I say 875 millibars? Is that what I just said? Did not mean to say, if I said 875, my apologies. I think we'd be on the TikTok trend of like a Cat 8 hurricane or something. NOAA buoy center picked it up moving east-northeast. I mean, it was moving east-northeast. I don't think it's moving as much to the east-northeast anymore. It's still kind of moving northeast. It's interesting. It's kind of still doing that. I really think it'll correct itself. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised
A new tornado
if this did end up going
issued.
more to the northeast over time. Like, I think it'll probably correct itself and go more north. All right, new tornado warning. That is going to be for somewhere. This is going to be for Bradford, Union, and Alachua counties. That's back up north of Gainesville. This is a storm that we talked about earlier. A little bit of rotation. That's actually a little bit stronger now. So some stronger rotation right now near Brooker, south of Lake Butler. You are in this warning. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Is on track for Worthington Springs, and eventually going to be approaching Miller. That's the rotation that we're talking about. We're right there, moving northwest. Yes, the hurricane will be making landfall. John asks if I will order Chinese food and eat it on stream for us fans. I will Venmo you. That'd be so Sigma, bro. We would love it. What kind of description is that? I don't even know if I have good Chinese anywhere around me. Like, I'm not like looking for Chinese food. I don't even really eat Chinese food. I've had it like maybe twice in my life. And usually when I get Chinese food, it's just the chicken tenders. So, we could have a legit tornado on the ground right now near Worthington Springs. Tight rotation, no CC drop that's clear yet, but possibly a tornado approaching Worthington Springs. And seek shelter if you are in this warning. I've already seen some crazy videos from Fort Myers. Fort Myers had a pretty crazy day today so far. It was pretty crazy. There was a lot of storm surge there. And if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning. Many of you might not be accustomed to this in Florida because you just don't... I mean, you get tornadoes pretty often, but for a hurricane or tropical storm, this isn't something you see all the time. But we do have a tornado warning for Worthington Springs, Miller, and Brooker. Tight rotation, could have a tornado on the ground. Moving northwest, it will be on track for Miller. Get this man a crab rangoon. I don't know if I've ever had that before. I'll have another radar scan in probably about 30 seconds. We'll see if this is on the ground or anything like that. We should have more details in a moment. Any chance of a 100 millibar drop before landfall? We would need possibly one of the most historic things to happen if that even happened. Like, that would be literally unrealistic. 100 millibar pressure drop in 24 hours, or not even 24 hours, this would be like 15 hours, is just so hard to have happen. Like, I don't know what it would take, but it would take a lot. Like, that's not a small drop. We still don't have any CC drop on this. See what the velocity show. We would need rapid intensification times like 20 for that to happen. A bomb cyclone is when we have a pressure drop of 24 millibars in 24 hours. We would need a bomb cyclone times 5. And even then, that's, well, yeah, that's about enough. Times 5. For that to happen. I don't know how that would even happen. Like, I don't know the science behind that, but that would take a lot. We got tight rotation over Worthington Springs right now. So we'll be approaching Miller. The rotation, moving northwest. Nothing on the ground right now. Stay zoomed out for until the next radar scan. They also just upgraded the warning here near Cape Canaveral. There is a tornado possible label on this. It's going to be for this here south of Cape Canaveral. So just south of Cape Canaveral, there's a little bit of rotation moving northbound. It's going more this direction. If we do get a tornado, it would be probably up in here, just northeast of Cape Canaveral. So kind of avoiding most of the population area, but... So we got a couple pockets of rotation here. Deltona, Oak Hill, D-Land. These are all kind of just moving north and northwest. We're in Daytona Beach, Pearson, or Ormond Beach. Just stay aware. A little bit of rotation heading that direction. I don't think it's anything significant, but we'll have to wait and see. The activity so far out of this outer band here on the East Coast has not spun nearly as much as what we saw this morning with one of those inner band or one of those outer bands back over in West Florida. We had almost like a dozen tornado warnings this morning. It got a little bit crazy this morning. We didn't go live because I didn't think it was concerning enough, but it really didn't end up being that concerning. Most of the tornadic activity was really brief if it did happen. And it was also just really rural areas of Florida. Because honestly, like for a lot of you live in Florida. For those that don't, like the coasts are where most people live. Like everybody lives near the coast, or you live near Orlando. Anywhere else here in the center, like barely nobody lives. It's very, very rural. Like there's not many people. So yeah, it's one of those situations. Like we had tornado warnings like here and like here or whatever, like near Arcadia. But nothing ever looked concerning enough for me to go live. We had like 1 CC drop, I think, or maybe 2. And they were really quick, so. We would usually go live, but need to save energy for these other, coverage streams like this one. What are special marine warnings? They are basically severe thunderstorm warnings, but for boaters and, people that are like at the beach or something like that. Now, they don't necessarily have the same like threshold requirements. They at least need like wind speeds at around 34 knots or higher, which is like 35, 40 mile per hour winds, or water spouts. So one of the two. Sometimes you'll see these say like water spouts or something like that are possible, or lightning. Sometimes is on those, but whenever wind speeds are in excess of 34 knots, that can be concerning for boaters. All right, looks like the Hurricane Hunter aircraft now very far southwest of the eye, so it'll make probably a U-turn at some point, is my guess. The fastest drop of pressure on record is 97 millibars in 24 hours from Hurricane Patricia. That's some history right there. Yeah, but 100 millibars, I mean, telling you, it would take a lot to happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but we don't even have 24 hours until landfall. This is literally like a little over 12 hours from landfall now. We're within probably about 16 hours of landfall, would be my guess. All right, Connor Croft right now, he is getting Popeyes. I'm gonna walkie-talkie him and tell him he's not being healthy. Talk about being healthy and you're getting Popeyes. That's wild behavior. I don't know if he's going to respond or not. I don't know if he has Zello on, to be honest. I just saw his reaction on stream. Bottom right. Oh, man. He's not even going to respond. What a guy. Can't even take the criticism. Wild. Oh, man. That's so funny. This guy's telling me, like, don't go get fast food and stuff. Look at what he's doing right now. See him raging at the bottom right. Should have full screen.
The next stream will be early tomorrow morning, like 2, 3 o'clock. So make sure you guys got notifications turned on.
This is probably
make sure
more
you guys are
Freddy's
ready
idea,
for
to be
that,
honest,
set your
but I
alarms,
could be
whatever
wrong.
it takes.
Now we don't want to miss it.
Alright, let's go to Corey. Alright, we're gonna go back to main camera. Alright, they're both signing off after getting Popeyes, apparently. So they don't have to stream their unhealthy behavior. They're not gonna stream their unhealthy behavior. Crazy stuff. Alright. Still got a tornado warning north of Gainesville. This is going to be back over near Worthington Springs. It's still tight rotation. Nothing confirmed at this point. No CC drop. This is pretty much the strongest rotation I think that we've seen so far today. At least from what I've been live. This is probably the strongest rotation that we've had. See if it does drop or not. Brandon left his stream going while they got Applebee's. Oh, is that what they're doing? I'm guessing Corey Gherkin is there too. They're probably both getting not Chili's, Applebee's. It's a goated feast for storm chasing. Very common. Common Brandon Kopic W, gotta say. Alright, here's the latest scan. Rotation's a little bit broader on the latest scan. Still no CC drop, so no tornado confirmed or anything like that. That is currently moving northwest. Continue to stay zoomed out for the time being. Until we get any other updates there. Chili's, Applebee's, same thing. It basically is the same thing. Here from Connor's stream. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Did Connor say to come over here or no? Yeah, I've rated Connor. He hasn't rated me yet. It feels like a personal attack. It's probably because he's getting Popeyes. He's like, I'm gonna raid this guy, and then after I said that, he's like, why would I raid him? Criticizing what he's eating. Thank you, Mister, for the $2 super chat. I have not. I don't even know where that is. Applebee's should just sponsor Brandon at this point. They probably should. It's just like Culver should sponsor me. Still waiting. You hated on the Popeyes? I like Popeyes. I'm just saying, you know, Connor's been like, you know, telling me to get healthy and whatever. But he's getting Popeyes? That's crazy. He's all about eating healthy. That seems like. Time to explore ethnic foods. Time to explore a new diet. How far do you think this will drift off track? I don't think the drifting off track right now is going to matter in the long run. It might. Like, personally, I still think this corrects itself and goes more to the north. Like, I don't think it's going to keep going this direction. So, that's my personal opinion. Might have to get cheese curds tonight. I don't even know if I'm going to have dinner tonight. Well, I'll probably have something, but I'm not going to have anything big. Like, I'm going to hopefully get a good breakfast tomorrow, but, like, even then, I'll have to, like, DoorDash or something. DoorDash is like $30 probably for IHOP or something. So I'll try to do that tomorrow morning before we go live. Or I'll just have a snack or something. I don't know. Depends on when we have to get up tomorrow. I got to figure out when Landfall is. But we'll probably be live by like, I don't know, my guess would be like 7:30 or 8 or something. I don't know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Am I still Diet Coke free? I am. Sure am. No soda for the last 4 days. We have a new tornado warning that is near Worthington Springs. Going to be going towards Providence and Browns still. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And interior room of your room or building. Brevard County is the new tornado warning. I don't even know where Brevard County is, to be honest. I know it's Central Florida. I just don't know where. But new tornado warning, Brevard County. Is it? It's not this, right? Am I blind? Where's Brevard County? Oh, here it is. Okay. That's Cape Canaveral. Okay. So Cape Canaveral under a new tornado warning. That is a pretty strong area of rotation offshore. So Cape Canaveral being your safe place. If you are near Dobbin or Merritt Island, also seek shelter. Again, we got a tightening area of rotation near Cape Canaveral moving northbound. This has actually been strengthening for the last several minutes. It is moving northbound, and it will not go towards like the main area here of Merritt Island or Rockledge. It's going mostly north. Very strong rotation, though. I mean, again, we could have a water spout or possibly even just some strong low-level rotation that could reach the ground here soon. So if you're near Cape Canaveral, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. And still no debris signature here near Worthington Springs. We still have rotation. It's just not very strong. So we're still watching that closely, but nothing definitive. For some reason, I just realized the warning overlay thing is, like, broken. Don't know why. And now, apparently, my thing is flashing. That's good timing. Let me go back to Cape Canaveral first, and I'm going to try to fix this real quick. Oh, and my laptop decided to shut down. Even better. This is going great. It's going fantastic over here. We got problems happening everywhere. All right, let me fix this. Do I even need this on? I do. Huh. I don't know why this is in front of everything. Nope. All right, I guess we're just going to put it back up there for now.
A new tornado warning.
Yeah, we have a new tornado warning for Sarasota and Manatee counties. That is going to be on the other side of Florida, so just south of Tampa. New tornado warning. It's going to be on this area of rotation near Interstate 75, moving northbound. This is another situation where we have radar-indicated rotation. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Let's go to storm relative velocities. Doesn't honestly look that crazy to me. Just kind of broad circulation. I don't see anything really that definitive. No reports on it, so it's radar indicated. Let's go back to Cape Canaveral. Still got tight rotation just east of Cape Canaveral. Yeah, we could have a water spout or a fishnado moving in the direction of the northeast side of Cape Canaveral. So get to your safe place if you are in this warning as it moves north. You're gonna be at this all night? No. If I was at this all night, we'd be done by like 2 a.m. because I'm on a different sleep schedule. I went to bed at 12 last night, trying to go to bed at 10 tonight. And the night before, I went to bed at 4 a.m. So we're trying to fix our sleep schedule right now and get back to... Not really... This will not be normal, but I'm trying to get back to being able to go live earlier tomorrow without having any issues with, sleep... issues or anything like that. I'm just trying to get like a good 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Trying to have a normal sleep schedule tonight, and then after tomorrow, I'll probably go back to having a crappy sleep schedule. So we still have really tight rotation near Miller and Brown still in northern Florida right now. Surprised we don't have any CC drop. It's very strong rotation for what it is. We have a new velocity scan in a second. 4 a.m. out partying? No. It's called I stay up until 4 a.m., make a video, and go to bed. Get up at like 12. It's like a typical thing every day. Hey, Jonathan for the $5 super chat. I don't know. I kind of talked about this a little while ago with the shifting and stuff. We'll know more probably at 8 o'clock, and I'll probably go over that again in like 20 minutes. Because, again, the next National Hurricane Center update is in about 20 minutes. Hey, Jonathan for becoming a member. Thank you, Ashley, for the super chat. Thank you, Palmella, for the super chat earlier. I don't know if I missed that, but I do appreciate it. Latest scan is broader on that storm. The one south of Tampa that's tornado warned. Definitely have a hook here. Just I'm not seeing anything tight. It would be, if we have anything, it would be on Interstate 75 moving northbound. We also have some rotation here south of Lorraine. Another little hook. And these are all pretty small supercells. So any of these could be producing tornadoes. At least brief tornadoes as they move north. CC drop is when we have a debris signature via the CC radar, which is the correlation coefficient. Basically detects things that are not, like, related to rain. Do fish show up on CC? I think they have before. We've had a CC drop over water before. It's usually very small, but you can definitely get fish on CC. All right, let's see. And we also apparently have a fishnado offshore, west of Largo. Look at that. That right there is a fishnado, folks. A rain-wrapped fishnado. That's actually a tight one. Look at that. This could be a PDS fishnado back over west of Largo. But no CC drop. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's, you don't really usually get CC drops with water spouts, but, if you get enough fish, maybe you do. But, like, that's actually really tight. This would be a tornado on shore. Like, this would be 100% a tornado. How tight that is. But it's occluded now. That's, again, the concern that we could get something like that in Florida tonight. By the way, PDS fishnados do not exist. I was just joking. Those that might be thinking that's a thing. It is not. Fishnado t-shirts might be something in the future. We'll see. Why is there a white line here at the top? What is going on with this? There we go. Okay, that's fixed. This warning box thing is not fixed either. It's good to do these live streams ahead of time so I can actually fix technical issues that we're having, because we have a couple that are kind of annoying. I'm gonna fix this too a little bit better. Alright, we'll just keep it as is for now. What is going on the left side of the screen? Brother, what is happening? There we go. Oh, that was why. Okay. Alright, we fixed the overlay issue. Alright, here's the latest scan near Cape Canaveral. We have any tornado or water spout, maybe something north of Cape Canaveral, but no CC drop, and then really our main area of rotation is that one. So, could still have something. Moving north here near Cape Canaveral. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in any of these warnings. We're going to go back through them in a second. Alright. that should be fine for now. I'll just ignore it. It's kind of annoying. It's back to the northern tornado warning. And that right there is possibly a tornado near Providence. Possibly a tornado on the ground right now near Providence. The velocities aren't lining up with it, but definitely possible that we have some sort of maybe small tornado on the ground near Providence. This is just south and southeast of Lake City. I mean, approaching Interstate 75. Ebenezer and Ellisville will be next in track of this. The tornado warning has just expired, so we don't currently have a warning on this, but we could have an unwarned tornado here moving northwest. See what the next CC scan does show.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning. So, again, that's going to now be for Columbia and Union counties in Florida. It is radar indicated. It is not confirmed. But there's reason to believe we do have a tornado moving northwest with this couplet near 241. We'll be moving towards Interstate 75, just south of Lake City. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as that moves northwest. And a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll have extensive coverage on Barrel. Or not Barrel, sorry, that's the wrong one. We'll have extensive coverage on Debby as we continue to track this over the next several days. This is the southern tornado warning south of Tampa, just east of Sarasota. Again, this rotation all moving northbound right now. Not seeing a whole lot aside from this storm near Interstate 75. We still have a little hook up here near Lorain. And then the other one again near Interstate 75 moving northbound. So still watching for a tornado threat, broad rotation, moving towards Tatum and Fordville. Barrel is still in our thoughts. Barrel kept the power out in Tampa for like a week. It was really brutal for those people. Where's Reed? He's probably gonna go to bed soon or something. I don't know. Probably just chilling. Hey, Thomas to the 499. Tornadoes from hurricanes are usually brief, and they're also usually weak from hurricanes in particular. Now, if it's a normal thunderstorm event or whatever, like, you know, severe weather outbreak in the Great Plains or whatever it might be, we can have strong tornadoes that go upwards via EF5. Tropical storms and hurricanes, though, they don't usually do that. They usually only produce EF0 to EF2 tornadoes. They're usually only on the ground for a few minutes, and there's usually a lot of them. Like we had with Barrel, we had like over 100 tornadoes, I'm pretty sure, total in the 3-day period. But, you know, from a tropical storm or hurricane, it's rare to get anything above an EF2. And I don't think Barrel produced anything over EF2. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think. Could be wrong. No CC drop in Providence, by the way, on the latest scan. So that little CC drop that we had, possibly just contamination or something. The latest scan's still showing tight rotation, so I wouldn't rule out there being a tornado moving northwest. There was one EF3. Okay, so there was one a little bit stronger. Mount Vernon. Makes sense. Yeah, I remember that now. All right. Yeah, so there's one. Yeah, I mean, again, usually you don't get tornadoes that are that strong, though. Oh, yeah, there was the EF3 in Indiana, too. Oh, yeah, there was actually several. Yeah, there was one in Indiana. There was one in Texas. I don't think there was one in New York. But, yeah, there was one in Indiana, too. I completely forgot that Indiana one was from a tropical storm or hurricane. With that setup, you wouldn't have thought that just by looking at it on radar. It looked crazy. It's probably the craziest supercell I've seen on radar from a tropical storm or hurricane. Stay zoomed out until the next radar scan. Again, this is a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They did fly through Debby. They're gonna make another flight through here probably pretty soon, is my guess. We got another flight coming out of Louisiana, I believe, as well. Again, the eye right now is still spinning kind of right in here. It's a little bit east of the cone. I think it's going to correct itself, though, and move more northbound. So I don't think this little wobble to the east is going to mean a whole lot. But again, we have another update from the National Hurricane Center in about 10 minutes. We'll just kind of wait for that. Thank you, Cleveland, for the super chat. Another convective burst. Let's go to infrared. I don't know if this is the one that we were looking at earlier or not. Now, you actually got several. You got a couple more convective bursts on the north side. And probably the worst part of this entire tropical storm and eventual hurricane will be the north side of this when it comes to wind. Like, the south side still has a lot of dry air, unless it can wrap and organize. Still got a crazy amount of convective towers here, bubbling up, moving northbound. By the way, we do have Storm Chaser Tyler Kurtz at the bottom right of your screen. He is currently in Perry, Florida. His link is in the description if you want to subscribe to him. He's going to be out there, I don't know for how long, but he's out there at least tonight. I think he's our only, other than Corey and Brandon, but they're both eating at Applebee's right now. I think Tyler's our only chaser right now that's currently, you know, like at the water. We also have the camera back over in Pine Island, Florida, on the Cape Weather camera. Which a link to that's in the description, but looks like there's a golf cart now on the beach there, so looks like things are calming down. That's back over near Cape Coral. I don't know which one was Tyler. It's this one, okay. Unborn tornado north of Northport. I think that's northern Florida, right? Or is that different? North of Northport. I don't see anything. There is rotation, but I don't see anything lining up with that. Go back a scan. I don't know. I don't see anything definitive there. To be honest. Nothing clear and evident. Sending you curds and a Diet Coke? Excuse me? I can't have Diet Coke. Are you wacky for the $1.99? It's awesome. Glad you bought it. Yeah, I mean, again, Radar Omega is definitely worth it. Highly recommend it. Download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Connor's gonna need a nap after all the Popeyes he had. I'm telling you, dude, that guy is hypocritical. Telling me I have to eat healthy and he's getting Popeyes. He got 5 guys last night. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He is eating fast food like crazy right now. No, I'm just joking around though. He definitely eats healthier than me, I can tell you that. I can definitely tell you that. I guess he gets like 1 cheat meal a day. What do you do if it's a Cat 5? I would have to check TikTok first to verify if that's true. Here's the latest scan on the velocities near Interstate 75. Again, still strong rotation just south of Lake City, Florida. Lake City's right here where the white line is at the top of your screen. It's kind of blocked out. Let me just zoom out. This is again moving northwest. It'll be approaching the south and southwest side of Lake City here in the next few minutes. It's the strongest hurricane you've been in? Ian, actually. I mean, Ian wasn't really too crazy when I was, like, experiencing it. I mean, I wasn't really, like, so when Ian happened, we didn't really do a whole lot of live coverage for it, but I was out of the way of it. Like, I evacuated, basically, and then, you know, all of that happened, but I didn't really get hit that bad. I think we lost power, though. Can't remember. But Ian's probably the worst one that I've gone through, personally. I'm not seeing anything definitive for a tornado here still southeast of Bradenton. Still got broad circulation north of Cape Canaveral. Again, that one will probably just be let to expire. Not really seeing anything else up and down the coast here along I-95. I've had broad rotation on this little cluster for a while, but nothing's materialized. So I'm not super concerned about that right now. Looks like the storm activity is actually weakening too. These outer bands, usually when they get far enough away from the center, they usually kind of weaken. So that's what it looks like is happening there right now. Thank you, Thomas for the $4.99. I think I already read that. Alright, yeah, caught up on everything. Check this as well. Have I ever been to Michigan? I don't think I have. I don't think I would want to move for a mid football team to Michigan. New National Hurricane Center update? Okay. I will check it out. See if any upgrades have happened or anything like that. So let's check it out. Alright, so Debby is strengthening, but it is not officially a hurricane, I don't think, yet. So the latest is that Tropical Storm Debby is strengthening, and it will. This is the latest general outline. We'll talk more in detail about this in a second. But Debby is strengthening as it heads towards the Florida Big Bend area. It will bring a major flood threat to the southeastern United States this week. That's like their general message. We'll go over some of like the tracks, like we'll go over like the track and all that here in a second. Because there's gonna be some updates probably to some extent. Yeah, I mean, the 8 p.m. advisory, the eye is like way over here now. But for now, they have not changed the cone. I'm not sure right now, like, if they will change the cone. I feel like they will, but for now, the eye has actually moved quite a bit to the east from where it was on line to go. It is still forecasted to make landfall as a hurricane. That's kind of a given at this point. It was, for the record, forecasted to be a hurricane at this point, and it isn't. It is still, as of right now, a strong tropical storm. I think the maximum sustained winds here have bumped up to 70. Yeah, they've bumped up to 70. So we are now up to the strongest tropical storm level that you can get to. That's what Debby is. So Debby's now officially a strong tropical storm. Maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. The minimum pressure has not changed. It is still at 992 millibars. So there has not been any change there to the pressure. I'm going to read more details about that in a second. I do want to quickly get to this because I've missed a few of these. Also, we have a new tornado watch for Florida and Georgia until 6 a.m. Huge shout out to Scott for picking up a Drunk Hurricane t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. Thank you, Rachel, as well, for the $5 donation and picking up Max Velocity jogger pants. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Tim, for picking up a Drunk NATO t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. All right, I think those are all of the notifications there. All right. All right, let's go through the details here. Just want to make sure I didn't forget about that. Let me quickly check, see if we have anything on the ground, and then we'll go through the discussion. Alright, all these tornado warnings right now, nothing on the ground from what I'm seeing, but obviously continue to stay in your safe place. The one north of Gainesville still has the strongest rotation. All right, this is the latest update. Again, we already went over that it has intensified. It is now still a tropical storm, but stronger. Maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. Beyond that, storm surge warnings and watches in effect. Hurricane warnings still in effect. I mean, nothing's really changed there. The discussion and outlook. So this is the latest. The center of Tropical Storm Debby was located near some latitude and longitude. I'm not going to say it because it's just rambling on numbers. Debby is moving towards the north near 12 miles per hour. A gradual decrease in forward speed with a turn to the northeast and east is expected Monday and Tuesday. On the forecast track, the center will move across the northeastern Gulf of Mexico tonight and reach the Florida Big Bend coast around midday Monday. So landfall is still expected sometime around or just before lunchtime. Debby is then expected to move slowly across northern Florida and southern Georgia Monday and Tuesday. Maximum sustained winds have increased to 70 miles per hour with higher gusts. Rapid strengthening is forecasted still, and Debby is expected to become a hurricane tonight with additional strengthening likely before it makes landfall on the Big Bend coast on Monday, and then weakening is expected after that. And some of the other details, tropical storm force winds extended outward from about 140 miles away from the center. NOAA buoy 42036 recently reported sustained winds of 45 miles per hour with a gust of 56, which I believe is this buoy right here, which we don't have any images anymore because it's nighttime. But the wave height's 14 feet, wind gusts near 55. In addition to this, a wind gust of 60 miles per hour was reported at Sarasota, Florida, within the past hour. So Sarasota is actually getting some pretty high tropical storm force winds. Minimum pressure from the aircraft is still at 992 millibars. So the thinking is...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warnings are always cutting me off. New tornado warning south of Lake City. Or still a stronger couplet. Now just crossing Interstate 75, moving northwest. Alright, what I was saying is that the pressure has not really dropped much, but the thinking is that this will probably intensify over the next few hours as it moves to the north. I don't think this is going to really shift much more to the east. I think it's kind of just going to correct itself, and now it's going to start moving more northbound. It'll eventually move in the direction of Perry, Florida, and also maybe just west of Jenna. So again, that's where the eye is right now. The eye is basically right about here. The mid and low level eye or mid and low level area of this storm are still not aligned, but if they are able to align here quick enough, it could intensify quicker. Still hasn't happened yet. But that's what we're going to be watching for here over the next few hours, and obviously over the next 12 hours before it makes landfall, sometime after probably about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Landfall is still expected to probably be around 9 to 11 in the morning. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And as a reminder, we'll be live here on the channel tomorrow morning for landfall. We're going to be live here probably for at least another 30 minutes to an hour, maybe longer. We'll kind of see what happens. So make sure you subscribe to the channel down below. Again, it's free to do. I highly recommend you click the bell icon down below as well so you're notified when we go live tomorrow, because I don't know when we're going live. Like, it could happen at 7. It could happen at like 11. Like, it could happen literally at any time tomorrow morning. So make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live, which we are going to be probably live for landfall. As long as bearing any major random last minute changes that this thing just dies out or I lose power, which is hopefully not going to happen. So, knock on wood. Thank you, Matt, for the 199. Check the X video and tornado warning if you want. Okay, I'll check it out. Also, friendly reminder, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. Highly recommend you get the Radar Omega app to stay ahead of this hurricane. Gives you tons of features like satellite imagery and infrared imagery if you become a subscriber of the app. And for this event, you can get exclusive cameras on the app from their Project Mesovort. These are the live cameras right on the beach that you can watch inside the app if you are a subscriber of the app. We got 4 different cameras on the app. We got one backup in Keaton Beach, which is again going to show you a lot of the storm surge tomorrow morning. We're definitely going to see it. It's going to probably go all the way up to this fence. There are no cars there anymore, by the way. We had like 4 cars parked there earlier, but no cars there anymore. We also got the camera further south near the Steinhatchee area of Florida. This is just a little further south. We are expecting upwards of 10 feet of storm surge, so this will definitely be interesting. This is an interactive camera that's a 360 view. This is live as well, so this is also inside the app. Another view here right on the coast. We are getting closer to low tide, but as we go closer to high tide tomorrow morning, we're going to see storm surge really start to ramp up here, and it'll be definitely into this parking lot, almost undoubtedly. If not, it'll be very close to it by the time sunrise happens tomorrow. Horseshoe Beach is another area. Again, Horseshoe Beach right now, just looking at some sand. You can kind of see that here now. That was not visible like 2 hours ago. Going back to low tide right now, but the water's probably going to continue to stay high. This will all be flooded over by tomorrow morning at some point. And then also the other camera back in Cedar Key, Florida, which is an area that is very prone to flooding and storm surge in general. And so we will more than likely see several feet of storm surge here. And that pier that you see right now might not be there in the morning. Like, it might just be covered over from the ocean water. You know, that bench in the middle there, like, that thing might be flooded over. So it should be pretty interesting tomorrow. We'll have all these cameras on the Radar Omega app, which again, if you're a subscriber of the app, you can, see these. If you want to download the app, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. In addition to that, we'll have several storm chasers tomorrow. We're going to have Tyler Kurtz, I believe. We're going to have Connor Croft, I know for sure. And then we'll have Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, and PA Storm Trackers, actually. I think they're out there too. We have PA Storm Trackers. And then I think we have one more. I'm forgetting a name again. But all basically 5 or 6 storm chasers for tomorrow when intercept of landfall does occur. And even before that, when the eye wall is penetrating here in the Big Bend, that'll produce really some of the worst impacts when it comes to wind and potentially even some localized flooding. So definitely recommend you are subscribed down below. Radar Omega subscriptions start from $4.99 a month. They also have a yearly plan too, which is, I think, 10% off, or it's like 2 months free or something like that. So I think it's either like $4.99 or $49.99. Oh, and Storm Intermedia. Yeah, so we have 6. We'll have 6 chasers tomorrow. I'll try to use all of them whenever we can. It's hard though because I wasn't able to support more than one chaser for the longest time. Now we can support like 4 or 5 at a time. But it, I only have so many buttons that I've made for this, and we need to add more because we have so many more chasers than we used to have. At least that we use. Yeah, Freddie McKinney will be out there too. We don't work with Freddie, but we are friends. I've literally talked for hours on the phone like over the last week. Not sure if we ever will work together, but he's very cool. Freddie will also be live. Yes, Freddie McKinney will be live. And then Reed Timmer also, obviously, he's definitely gonna be out there. We know that for a fact. He might be getting caught in water, but we do not work with Reed either. But we might meet up with him sometime this week. I have 9 chaser tabs open. That is a lot. 9. Jeez. I have 5 tabs open on my other monitor right now for chasers. I will stay zoomed out for the time being. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And we'll keep you posted with the latest. Also, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need a storm shelter for you and your family to stay safe during the next tornado event, you can pick one up at espshelter.com. It is the second to top link in the description below. This is a big thing in Florida because Florida doesn't have basements, and this will keep you and your family safe if there's a tornado. It does withhold upwards of EF5 tornado intensity, so definitely recommend you check these out. They can fit up to like 12 to 14 people, and they're also made in America, so you can support a local business here in the United States. Definitely recommend you check it out at espshelter.com, which is, again, the second to top link in the description below. Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I believe, is now going back towards Debby. So I think we're going to stay live throughout this. So we'll see what it looks like here in a few minutes. Thank you, Jen, for the 3 months as a member. I don't think it's going to intensify much in South Carolina. Like, the current thinking is that this will go, kind of close to the Atlantic Ocean. If it goes back in, we could see this intensify further. But if it doesn't, it'll probably just stay as a weak tropical storm. If it goes back into the Atlantic, it could become a moderate to strong tropical storm again. Wouldn't rule out it becoming a hurricane again. But if it stays really close to the coast, I doubt it's going to intensify much. So I don't see it really doing much. Have I seen the icon model for North Carolina? Yeah, I mean, the icon model, I don't really like. We have a new tornado
warning has been issued
for Manatee and Hillsborough County, Florida. That is just southeast of Tampa. And that rotation is actually a little bit stronger. We're eventually going towards North Ruskin and Fort Lonesome. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. What I was saying, though, is the icon model is really not a hurricane model. And there are people that are going to use it to, to hype stuff up, which is, going to be very typical on social media for hurricane season. I can assure you, though, this model, I mean, is it possible? Sure. But the fact of the matter is, this is not a hurricane model. It's not really that good, in my opinion. It showed like almost like a Cat 3 hurricane in like Houston. That didn't happen. And that was like, hours before landfall at like 960 millibars of pressure, I think. And it was like 980 on landfall. So, no, I don't think the icon model is that great. Now, yes, this could happen, but I just don't see it really rapidly intensifying like that. The GFS model doesn't really bring it up there. It actually just circles in Florida. What in the world is the GFS doing, bro? The GFS is going crazy. This is Monday into Tuesday of this week. This is day by day. This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. Why is it sit in Florida for like a week? Brother, there's no shot. This is the definition of a drunk hurricane. Right here. This is the definition of a drunk hurricane if this happens. The GFS model just dumps rain here in like the Florida panhandle. It's crazy. But yeah, that's crazy. Now, if you want a drunk hurricane t-shirt, we do have some on shopmaxvelocity.net. Put the link in the chat. We just released that shirt just for this event. The model is drunk. Yeah, the GFS model showed some crazy stuff. I don't really agree with it much, but if that did happen, it would be pretty crazy. But yeah, no tornado on the ground right now. Rotation's trying to intensify as it moves north. These are the only 2 tornado warnings that we have. The one back up that was south of Lake City, that's not ongoing anymore. Is Max even old enough to drink? Yes, I can drink. This is what the drunk hurricane t-shirt looks like. It's a Drunkicane t-shirt. And 4 different colors. You got black, green, maroon red, and true royal blue. On shopmaxvelocity.net. We just released it just for whatever Hurricane Debby is going to become. Because it might be a drunk hurricane, so we might as well release it now. Links in the description. It's also in the chat. New APM advisory. The only difference is that it's up 5 miles per hour. So it's up to a stronger tropical storm. John, I don't know if you're still here, but I don't know what that means. Did OneDrive sort itself out? I don't know what that means. I haven't put all my graphics and stuff on OneDrive yet. Weather needs to go to rehab. It might have to after this week. It might just have to. This new tornado warning does include 70,000 people for Sun City Center in Balm. So if you know any friends or family here, definitely give them a call or text. Make sure that they're in their safe place. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. There was an error with my files. I can't remember, honestly. I cannot remember. Short-term memory is going crazy right now. We're going to put Corey Gherkin bottom right of your screen for the time being. We got Tyler Kurtz and Corey Gherkin still out there. Brandon Kopic is still out there too. He's just driving along. We got some Applebee's. Now they're back on the road. Good old Applebee's. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner tonight, but it's probably not going to be anything crazy. Probably just going to get like a snack or something and then go to bed. Might have to DoorDash some IHOP tomorrow or something. Dude, what am I seeing on Twitter? Some crazy stuff that I'm getting added in on Twitter. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter if you want to see a funny photo. I don't even know what to tell you. Dude, Florida is the craziest state when it comes to hurricanes. Thank you, Earl, for the $10 super chat. Nah, it would just be renamed. Or no, it wouldn't be. Sorry, it wouldn't be renamed. It would just be the same storm. Apparently, on this latest aircraft data, apparently, I don't know if it's correct yet because I haven't seen it update. Apparently, the pressure might be down to like 988 or something. The aircraft data hasn't updated though yet. Like, it's not like... Oh, no, actually it has. There's a different aircraft. Alright, we have another aircraft. I'm going to put it on here. This actually might be intensifying further, because the pressure on the latest outlook was 992, which didn't change at all, because I didn't have any new data. Where is... Tropical. Okay. This is tropical. Let's go to 14 minutes ago. This is the other aircraft that just flew through. So pressure that's being measured by this airplane was 980 or 994, and then 992, 992, 992, 991, 990, 989, 992. There was like a 980 I thought in here somewhere. 988, so you can see 989 about if you estimate that. So 989. 987, so that's 986. Okay, so this is actually, yeah, 986 is the lowest pressure that we have now. So this is probably a bit more intense than what the latest advisory had. The APM advisory is usually not like a big update anyways. They don't do the big updates every 3 hours. They do the big updates every 6 hours, 5 and 11 Eastern. So that's a keynote here that this could actually be stronger now. This is probably stronger. 986 millibars would be the current pressure. In that case, I'm going to try to find a model that kind of represents that pressure a bit more in depth. Thank you, Carter, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I'm not seeing anything definitive on this tornado warning. I'm just going to stay zoomed out. Okay, so let's see. Thank you, Map, for the 199. I don't think I'm doing that. Yeah, Hurricane Hunter, it looks like, recorded 986 millibars for pressure. So let's see if there's any model that is on board with a pressure around that at 8 o'clock in the evening, because that will give us a good representation, I think, of long-term what will happen, or even short-term. Maybe, maybe not, who knows. Sometimes models are just, again, a way to predict stuff. I mean, the HRRR at this exact time has a 993 low, and it's definitely stronger than that. So this doesn't really give us a great representation. Let's see, RRFS cooking up. Anything? The RRFS is actually cooking. It already has it. It has it at 989 at 6 o'clock. And assuming it's at 987 right now, which that's what the latest observation has, this actually is cooking. So that actually might be realistic. Landfall at 9 a.m. as a 979 millibar hurricane. Maybe even a little bit weaker than that, or maybe a little bit stronger than that, I mean. So that's interesting. Let's check out wind gusts. Yeah, I mean, this actually is realistic. Like, this could happen. This could be what happens tomorrow. I mean, for the record, this model does pick up the wobbling pretty well. It is a prototype model. This isn't like one I don't usually this for forecasts ever. But it's kind of crazy how, like, it kind of keeps it in line with what has already happened. Let me go back to 12Z. I'm just going to see if it actually has a good track record of this. And not really. It sort of does. Not really, though. It is kind of realistic, though, at least from here on out. So, again, I don't usually use this model for hurricanes. It's a prototype. It's not really a model that you should use for forecasting, but it actually has a realistic scenario. That's why I'm showing it. Even if it's not a model that, you know, you use for hurricanes or whatever. Definitely is realistic. Does anyone know when my pizza's going to get here? I could not tell you. Mikey, you'd use the storm relative velocities or just normal velocities to look at rotation. You have to be subscribed on Radar Omega to see Cyclone ports. For Cyclone ports, you don't. These things, though, that are the Project Mesovort, are only available to subscribers of the app, which the reason why is because they are very expensive to put out there. And these cameras are, you know, like high quality. Like, these are expensive to put out there, though, because you could literally lose one of these easily from this hurricane, from storm surge. So, that's why. It's a nice little perk, though, if you're a subscriber of the app. These cameras are lit. They'll be pretty cool to look at tomorrow. But you can see the sunset in the background, top left of your screen. That's the sunset here near Keaton Beach, Florida. Again, calm before the storm right now. There's not much happening here yet, but we are still calm before the storm over here in the Big Bend of Florida. The eye is still over 100 miles from this area, so. Right now, the tornado warning, by the way, was canceled. So we are back down to no tornado warnings. But what I was saying is that this right now is about 100 miles from the Big Bend. And so on a trajectory that's going 10 miles per hour, this will make landfall in 10 hours, which is going to slow down more. So this will probably make landfall just after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Probably before 12 and probably after 8. So I think the plan is we are going to be live around 7. I don't know. Maybe 8. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try to get up at 6, which is kind of crazy. But I'm going to try to get up at 6, get ready to go live, get all that stuff ready to go, and then we'll be live at like 7 or 8. Probably. And then after that, don't know what's going to happen. We'll probably be live tomorrow anywhere from like 7 or 8 all the way up until like 1 or 2. I don't think I'm going to be live the entire day, though. To be honest, unless the tornado threat goes crazy, I'll probably be live all the way until like the eye is like up into southern Georgia or something like that. So that's the plan. I'm not gonna be live all day though. There's a chance that we do 2 live streams too. We do one like the morning and early afternoon, then we do another one later in the day if needed. We might even do an update later in the day, like something like that. Very possible. I don't really have a plan. Like, that's the plan, but it's tentative. I was thinking about going chasing up into South Carolina with like Connor and stuff, but I don't think logistically it's going to work for this particular, trip. So, is Storm Hunter Media live now? Oh, they are live. W, I think they're at the airport. Just full screen real quick to Storm Hunter Media. That's not them. That is Storm Hunter Media.
Yeah, right now we're bonding Verizon and T-Mobile, but I'd like to have AT&T in the mix.
Yeah, that landing, guys, was just incredible. It was. we were hydroplaning on the runway. I was telling D, I was making a joke. The plane is hydroplaning because we really were hydroplaning.
Yeah, we were lucky to get in because when we got to Phoenix, they delayed it, and then there was talk of them canceling the flight. We were the last flight, according to our flight.
Yeah, Storm Hunter Media
into Tampa.
Storm Hunter Media was one of like the last flights out of Arizona to get here to like Tampa. They went into Tampa, I think. Yeah, I think they're in Tampa, Florida. So crazy that they got in. I mean, they got in kind of last second, but yeah, it's crazy. Glad they're here though. Glad that they're here. Give me 1 second. All right. Thank you, Carol, for becoming a 1-month member. Yeah, 6 a.m. is closer to my sleep schedule, like going to bed, than getting up, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, we're gonna be getting up tomorrow at 6 a.m. I usually go, like, usually what happens is that I don't, I go to bed at 4, so like, I usually get up at 12. So yeah, it's gonna be an unfortunate part of tomorrow, is getting up at 6, 7, or whatever I get up. I'll probably get up at like 6:30. That is the plan. Okay. When does school start back up? End of the month. Yeah, I'm not excited for that. The very end of the month. Okay. Have I been sick or allergies? I think it's actually allergies. I sneezed a few times today. Yeah, I'm definitely not like 100%, but like 95%, I would say. All right. Well, we're currently probably about a little over, only about 12 hours from landfall. So we're closing in on landfall, about 12 to 14 hours away from landfall here in the Big Bend of Florida. This is going to be definitely a big storm. It's not like a little tropical storm. We are going to see some hurricane impacts in Florida, hurricane warnings in effect, tropical storm warnings, all that sort of stuff. And again, the plan is we'll be live tomorrow, probably starting around 7 or 8. To bed around 10 probably, so we got an hour and a half until sleepy time, and then yeah, we'll go from there. We'll be live probably for like 10 more minutes, so if you have any other questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll end the stream at like 4 hours or so, which is about 9 minutes from now. If you have any other questions, feel free to pop those in the chat. And then we'll be live again tomorrow bright and early, the earliest live stream start time I think we'll ever have. probably tomorrow at like 7 a.m. So that'll be kind of crazy, but yeah. Not much else to say though tonight. I mean, again, a lot of what we've already been talking about. We've basically covered everything, I think, when it comes to what's happening tomorrow and what's also going to happen beyond tomorrow. So. Getting your master's after you graduate, that's not the plan. No, that's too much schooling. No, I'm done after bachelor's. Any threat for severe weather in the Midwest tomorrow? There is. We haven't really talked much about it. If something does come up tomorrow that looks concerning, we'll talk more about it. It's a bit surprising, but we do have a 5% tornado risk in the Midwest tomorrow. So this basically entire area at least has a chance for a few tornadoes from southern Minnesota back into Wisconsin and Iowa. The main concern is going to be the threat for damaging winds, but we could also see a few tornadoes. We'll talk more about that tomorrow if needed. I'm not going to talk much about it tonight because I don't think it's that concerning, to be honest. I think it'll pretty much be a pretty mid-risk. It's very conditional, so I don't think much is going to happen there. But if something does pop up tomorrow when we're live and something looks interesting, or if there's an update, I'll let you know tomorrow. It's a 5% tornado risk, but honestly, it just doesn't look that crazy. Unless the storm definitely develops. Thank you, Cleveland, for the 2-month membership. 64 knots on Tropical Tidbits. Yeah, I think this is probably very close, if not it is, a Category 1 hurricane now. It's very close. Down to 986 or 987 millibars. Winds are definitely up there. It's on the border of it, so. Thank you, Samuel, for the super chat. Is the storm track still unclear? Beyond tomorrow, it's still pretty unclear. Again, this could go and loop back into Georgia. It could go up the coast a little bit. It could also kind of go in between. We don't really know what's going to happen beyond tomorrow. I think by tomorrow, we will have somewhat more of an idea. But for the time being, it's kind of up in the air. So we'll see what happens. Storm Media showing their setup for their car for tomorrow. They have a rental there in Tampa.
It's sort of similar to how you guys saw when Garrett chased Solo for a little bit.
Going to the Walmart right now.
So,
or whatever store that is.
Let's see if we get ourselves kicked out of.
Go off of them. They were showing their top cameras on the car. They actually have their whole camera setup ready to go. Pretty lit for tomorrow. Debbie asks in the chat, so am I going to be a Category 1 hurricane when I make landfall? Probably. Might be even a Category 2. Might go a little crazy. Beautiful sunset on the Project Mesovort Radar Omega camera. Can't really see the sun, but a little bit of clearing there. Nice little sunset orange tinge there at the top left. Very nice. Tallahassee will probably at least get some tropical storm force winds. But I don't think it'll get to hurricane force. I think they got full coverage on insurance on the car. I have no clue. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't ask them. They're currently live inside of a Walmart. Can you open up some fan mail? I don't think I have any. I don't think we have any fan mail. Nobody sent any mail, I don't think, recently. If anybody sent anything, like, in the last, like, few weeks that I should have received and I have not opened on stream, like, message me on Twitter or something, or whatever, because they're legit might be lost mail. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've had a lot of people say they're sending me stuff and I don't actually get anything. So we might have to change to a different address or something if that's happening. But I don't know. I haven't had anything. I haven't had anybody confirm that there's been some sort of, like, issue, or like they lost mail or whatever. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon down below. We're going to be live tomorrow for coverage. We'll have extensive coverage tomorrow, so make sure that you are subscribed down below, click the bell icon. That's the way that you'll get notified when we do go live tomorrow. Again, we're going to be live for landfall and perhaps even through part of the afternoon for the tornado threat. So definitely recommend the bare minimum that you click the bell icon. I think you can do that even if you're not subscribed, but subscribing to the channel, it's free to do. It's just the red button down below. We'll have an extensive live coverage tomorrow ahead of Debby making landfall, more than likely as a hurricane. It is expected to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. It could go a little crazy and get to Category 2 intensity. So that'll be something to watch for as this does move up the coast overnight and then eventually tomorrow morning. I'm not going to have many updates between now and landfall, though, aside from this stream and perhaps whenever I wake up tomorrow, because I'm literally going to be sleeping. So we're going to try to get a lot of sleep tonight and hopefully have a pretty good rest before, landfall tomorrow. So again, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Friendly reminder as well, we do have our Drunk Hurricane t-shirt out on shopmaxvelocity.net. So before you go, make sure to check this out. It is on shopmaxvelocity.net. Highly recommend you check it out. It is a new release and it will only be out probably for a week unless we get another Drunk Hurricane like this one. So you can check that out. It's a link in the description down below. Today's stream's also been brought to you by Radar Omega. That's the weather app you've been using throughout the entire stream. If you want a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, highly recommend you check it out. Top link in the description below. If you're a subscriber of the app, don't forget you do have the Project Mesovort cameras for tomorrow and tonight. So definitely check those out. Also, make sure to check out espshelter.com if you need a storm shelter. Best storm shelters on the market, in my opinion. It is the second to top link in the description down below. Aside from that, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream here. We'll be live again tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe down below. Stay here. We're going to go ahead and raid Stormrunner Media, who is currently shopping in Walmart. Sounds like a great time. So we're gonna go, and they're obviously setting up for a storm chase. Give them some love. They've been, they have like a huge expense on this trip. And they flew out of Arizona to come to Tampa and storm chase for tomorrow. So definitely make sure to go to their stream. We're going to redirect it from here. So make sure to just go over there. I will probably schedule a stream like in a moment for tomorrow's stream. Actually, I'm going to do that now. So if you go over to my channel and go to the live tab, you'll see it. I have a stream public right now for tomorrow morning. It has a 9 a.m. start time. It's probably going to change though tomorrow. So that's subject to change. All right. So appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. See you guys all again soon. Make sure to subscribe if you're new, like the stream, and make sure to put Max Raid in Stormrunner Media's chat or something. So yeah, cool. All right. See you guys later. Have a good one.